Hi, friends. My name's host Eric, and I'm here to say, welcome to Talking with Famous People. Uh, if you didn't know, it's Wednesday, but it's a special Wednesday because today is a snow day. That's right, the best damn snow day you'll ever see. And I started this live stream right away this morning, rather than doing my normal thing, which is watching cartoons first, because there haven't been any cartoons coming out, is one reason. But of course, now that I check, there are 3 new cartoons out. But the thing to note here is that is that better? Is that it snowed last night. They have snow outside. Look, I'll show you. Let's go look at the snow. Briefly. Then we'll come back in and chat a little bit because many important things to be discussed, I'm sure. Well, isn't that absolutely delightful? Snow, partial clouds, snow up on the roof, on the trees and everything. So don't go to school today. It's not a school day. It's a snow day. And what I'm going to do since I see the little birds are out is I'm going to do a quick cutlet toss. Just a quick little cutlet toss. We don't have that many cutlets left. I forgot to get more cutlets at the store. Now, you should be able to find those cutlets easily. And they're little black specks on a white surface. The birds should be able to spot those cutlets very easily, see? You can spot them yourself. And birds are probably better at finding seeds than you are. Okay. So I've showed you the snow. I've given some cutlets. Now we're ready to start the day. So, what are we discussing today? Hi, Schlong. I thought you were in my pants, but I guess you must have escaped when I wasn't looking. I seriously doubt Boba Fett had any snow days when he was in school. I also had no snow days when I was in school. But I am having a snow day today. This is our first snow of the year. Not just the calendar year. The first snow of this season, you know. So, it's a great way to start 2024 on the 3rd, you know. This is one of the reasons why we purchased this house was it was above the snow line. So when we looked at the house, there was snow on the ground, and there was snow on the ground in the pictures of the house and stuff. I love living somewhere where it snows sometimes. I love it so much. When I woke up this morning and saw how it was snow outside, I was just like, Oh, yeah. I went to bed, you know, on the earlier side last night. Although I didn't get to sleep till after midnight because the cats were bugging me so much. And poor Rachel didn't get any sleep at all last night because she didn't want to disturb me or something. She went to bed a little while ago, took her meds and stuff. Dear host, what did your day look like when you were a successful professional before and Intuitard? Oh, I would already be at work by now. I mean, in one way, I'm kind of well suited constitutionally to work at a job. I tend to get up very early. This morning I got up late because it was almost 8 a.m. when I got up. Usually I get up like 5 or 6 in the morning, it seems like. But I also would get very sleepy around the middle of the morning. I get sleepy again in the middle of the afternoon, you know. So when I worked at Rebay Academy, for a lot of that time I had two jobs. I had my day job at Rebay Academy, and then I had my after school job as director of Kudos. Then when Kudos got successful enough that they wanted to hire me full time, I was able to just work as director of that school. I didn't have any other job, but then that job started to get bigger and bigger and bigger until I was working like 60 hours a week. Sometimes more. You know, tournaments, a weekend tournament can require easily like 40 hours of time by itself. If you got a 3-dayer and you got a full day on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you're talking like 16-hour days. So it's just a tournament weekend meant in addition to like 40 hours of work. So I was working all the time. I was working all the time. And I was married to a wife who had a spending problem. So it didn't matter that I was working all the time making good money. We didn't save anything. Was I intuitive during that period of time? In some ways. But what that period of time taught me really was that I'd been stressing out throughout life over nothing. You know, once I was the hiring, firing boss guy, you know, I hired this one lady with a PhD and various people with varying degrees and certifications and stuff, and had a staff of people working under me. It was then that I realized, oh my God, everybody's so shitty. I've been stressing for all these years about not doing a good enough job, but I haven't been comparing myself against other people. I've been comparing myself against what the job I know I could do if I was really doing a good job. And been filled with shame and anxiety for years over my professional failings. Turns out everybody else is way shittier than me. I have a problem. I quite seem to parse. It is the trap of pathologizing reliable human intuition through the attribution of fallacies. pathologizing human intuition by pointing out fallacies. I don't think that's pathologizing it. And I think that that's appropriate in some contexts and not in others, right? There needs to be a distinction made before one engages the question about whether it's appropriate to attribute a fallacy to something someone's saying, right? It depends on what kind of thing they're talking about, what point they're trying to make. So the problem that a lot of people don't seem to understand is that when you're making an affirmation of some sort, if you the point of your affirmation is that the other person should feel informed or um, like learn something from it, then you need to make it defensible to across on those metrics, right? On the other hand, like when Rachel's talking about feng shui and stuff, and how she wants well, I mean, yeah, Winston's mom, I guess that's the definition of those terms, but I don't like those terms because it suggests that metaphysical necessities are somehow different than physical necessities. So it's it's no more necessarily the case that this lighter is in my hand than it is necessarily the case that the statement connective and requires both statements combined by the statement connective to be true for the statement as a whole to be true. That's structurally so, in the same way that this lighter is in my hand is structurally so. There's not a distinction to be made. Well, the key difference between words and objects is that this lighter is in my hand is a statement that is true, and you can observe that it's true, right? The difference between words and stuff is I can say, now I'm going to define the word cat as lighter. I have a cat in my hand. It's still true as long as we accept the definition, right? Same thing is not true for this lighter. In other words, it being in my hand, I have to make a physical change for it to cease to be in my hand. But the point is, in either instance, a change is being taken. You're taking action on a change. The idea that there's a priori knowledge is an attempt by TINE people to say this axiomatic thing is defensible beyond just being axiomatic. It's not true, right? It's not any more defensible to say that something's a priori knowledge than it is to say this is my observation or assumption or axiom that we're working off of. And we know it to be the case because it's intuitively so. You're not saying anything different than that. You're just using a fancy word to try to make a distinction that doesn't exist. Okay, Trouble. Here. They're complaining a lot, cat. that idea of a priori, a posteriori, or whatever it is really just the same thing that a lot of mistakes are. A failure to understand what words are and what they do. A failure to distinguish between words and things that aren't words. That's the only distinction that needs to be made there, right? Things are necessarily the case linguistically when when they adhere to the rules of the statement connectors, basically. Aren't both of those perceiving functions which leads to our belief justified true knowledge? A perception minus a judgment, but using your words. Well, I mean, usually the definition is knowledge is justified true belief. But it's ridiculous because that definition doesn't tell us anything, right? If I if I justify something, then those justifications stand until and unless somebody responds to them, right? Where do you draw the line between fallacies and accepted truths? Well, the opposite of a fallacy isn't an accepted truth, it's clean reasoning. You know, it's mistake free reasoning. So if I say we shouldn't listen to Ted Kaczynski because he's a murderer, that's not clean reasoning. We have to and therefore, if that's my justification for why you should listen to Ted Kaczynski, you should not feel as though I've adequately justified my claim. The thing to remember is that all language acts are language acts, and they're intended to do something, and they have a purpose, etc. Conan made me think of something yesterday. Can we prove that no type has superior cognition and all are equal, or do we just take it as an axiom? Well, each type has superior cognition in some areas and inferior cognition in others. So, and the reason why we can prove that is because attention is a finite resource. In other words, in any given day, you're awake for a certain number of hours of the day. You encounter a certain number of attentional triggers during the day, or attentional expressions. And so, like being an NETI means I'm going to spend a majority of my day doing this kind of stuff, talking about ideas, etc., or watching TV or whatever. But the thing is, having my attentional stack means I'm inherently superior at being NETI than somebody who's not. Just like Cone Man is inherently superior at being SEFI than me. If the bushes started growling, is it technically a fallacy to assert that there is a tiger in there, but it is wrong to leave it as ambiguous and do nothing? Well, I mean, that's the sort of thing where it seems incredibly dumb to determine statuses, right? That's something where you wouldn't want to deliberate and act. You'd want to know and run away. That's a knowing interface situation. The ideal attentional approach to it is not to sit there and have a discussion with your friend about whether or not we should conclude there's a tiger in the bushes. It's to run away. What is reasoning? I mean, it's just what the word says, providing reasons. The idea of reasoning really implies that you're trying to convince somebody of something. And this is the thing that people leave out of the equation all the time. Because we can deal, and most properly do deal, with word objects independent of the person saying them, we tend to forget that a full understanding of what word objects are and what they do requires us to include the fact that somebody is engaging in a communicative effort. We can't remove ultimately the agent from the equation and correctly understand how words work. So Hume says the is-ought fallacy occurs when the assumption is made that because things are a certain way, they should be that way. It can also consist of the assumption that because something is not now occurring, it means it should not occur. I mean, that's a very childish fallacy to make, right? In fact, we the way we argue around here, and pretty much anywhere that I know, nobody ever makes that fallacy. Well, things are this way, so they should be this way. Or things are not this way, therefore they shouldn't be this way. I've never heard anybody make that fallacy. It would be an incredibly dumb thing to say. I can't even conceive of anybody making that fallacy. The thing is, I don't disagree with Hume that would comprise fallacious nonsense, but I don't think anybody makes that fallacy. And what's weird is that people have come up with this insane general rule that makes no sense at all, which is you can't derive an ought from an is. I can disprove it in 1 second. Stealing is wrong, therefore you ought not do it. I mean, what kind of idiot came up with that idea? You can't derive an ought from an is. I mean, you can't derive a normative status from a non-normative equation, but that's it's just so silly. I don't know who came up with that nonsense, but it's like, how did that catch on? It's so obviously, instantly, disprovably wrong. I have no idea where or how that possibly caught on as an idea. Now you might say that stealing is wrong, therefore you ought not do it is circular. The word wrong means you ought not do it. But it is true that all moral reasoning needs to begin with some kind of an axiom that we agree upon because it's intuitively so. That we can't try to make some sort of claim about a priori knowledge because, first of all, assigning something the status of knowledge doesn't make it correct. Attentional manners teach us to make a meaningful distinction between knowing and deliberating. It's not the status or the object that matters. People know incorrectly all the time. People decide unwisely all the time. And belief takes a lot of different shapes. So for me, things I believe in, quote unquote, are not really about me. If you look at like the way Cone Man expresses about, say, INFJs or whatever, everything he believes is ultimately about himself, right? Like, I'm special, creative, intuitive, have a lot to to share with the world, etc. All the things he's believing about these labels, he's really saying, I believe this about myself. And for you to believe it about me too, I should just have to convince you of this label. And, it's like, look at an INFJ. She's likely to believe things about me. Like she believed last night that because I was mad at the cats for playing kitty doorman with me while I was trying to go to sleep, that I would be annoyed with her if she came in the room, which would not have been the case at all. In that case, her belief was wrong. But note, it was not about herself, it was about me. It's the challenge the INFJ has of trying to understand the self through externalities rather than the natively self-understanding functions. The thing I tried to think about more last night was that, like, be better than that, Eric. Like, you understand what's going on with Conan. He's he's telling his own story, and he's trying to understand himself in ways that turn struggles into something more noble than just fitting poorly with the world. Because I think that there are a lot of types who feel as though they fit poorly with the world. It's not just intuitives. Um, Depending on your circumstances and stuff, the world can be unfriendly to any type potentially. It's like, let's say Rachel and I were to have an ESTJ kid. I think that kid would feel as though the world was not very conducive to his function stack because Rachel and I have such irregular schedules. We wake up at random times, go to sleep at random times, eat at random times. Do you believe that ENTPs are packing 8 inches? I have no idea. I'm the only ENTPs whose penis I know. So I would suspect it would depend on the ENTP. Now, as I've said before, my penis, like I'm sure everybody else's really, is all different sizes depending on the time of day and what's going on. There's one part of my body that refuses to stay the same size for long. It's my penis. And my scrotum, I suppose. Sometimes I'm like 2 golf balls in an old sock. Sometimes I'm like um, a ball of ants in the wintertime. Life can be hard regardless of type. The joys of humanity, it can suck for anyone. Yeah, it can suck for anyone. And I understand sort of intellectually anyway, the desire to seize control of your own narrative and, reject the ontological assault you faced heretofore. So if you've got a kind of a if you got one kind of relationship with labels, then you're going to seize upon labels that explain your struggles in ways that are empowering to you. So, if you've been told a lot in school and stuff, as I suspect most TI polar people, especially ESFPs, are told things like, you're not academic enough, not smart enough, you have some kind of learning disability because you're TI polar or whatever. Certainly that gets pathologized. And it makes perfect sense that somebody who's been subjected to that kind of unfair abuse is not going to want to be told again and again, your ideas don't matter, you're wrong, etc. Because they aren't trying, even though they're using language in a way that is like, the problem I have with it is they're using labels for particularist reasons that make perfectly good sense if you think about it, but they're labels that I think are true, meaningful labels. They're not arbitrary, So they see themselves as talking about something like astrology, which is more or less arbitrary. And I see them as talking about something like north-south, right? Like, oh, I'm going north. No, you're going south. There's a right answer and a wrong answer. And if we accept that you're going north, even though you're going south, then we all have to change the directions on our compasses and stuff, That's how I understand it. But he's clearly not understanding it like that. He's understanding it as, like I said, like taking control of his own story, defining himself in ways that are affirming of the self rather than internalizing the negative narratives he's heard all of his life, probably. And who can blame him for that? It's like, but at the same time, because of the weird relationship with labels and words and stuff, ESFPs around here have a challenge, like the Becky T thing when she came in the other night and said, "I'm an ENFP," and I said, "Okay, well, do this test then," and she just left. She didn't even attempt the test because for her, she's trying to claim a narrative that says, I'm creative, I'm intuitive, etc. And it makes sense because it's like, if I'm going to struggle, I want my struggles to emerge from being special rather than just being inadequate in some way. For objective people like me, who treat those terms as either accurately or inaccurately descriptive, it feels like an attack on all universality to me. Like, basically what you're saying is we can't use these terms to mean things. But their basic position is, no, you can use these terms like I can too. We can all just declare what we are and have discussions about that and not worry about whether we can take what we're talking about and apply it anywhere else, right? Because ultimately, talk is cheap. You don't know me, you haven't walked a mile in my shoes, etc. So, I guess my point is, it's like there's no way really for me to communicate that though without invalidating what they're saying inherently. And well, I was talking about Becky T's arrival is one of the things, but I'm also talking about Cone Man. Becky T is spelled Bekit. She's an ESFPA type sometime back, and I kind of remember her because it wasn't. It was a typing session that required me to be fairly gentle. I think it wasn't the easiest typing session, and it took a lot of effort in terms of selling the idea that there's nothing wrong with being an ESFP. I didn't come as an ESFP. But I will say that I think he does a good job of making an effort, trouble is not for you. It's my done it. Yeah. Amy Y is a great example of a healthy ESFP. I think Conman's a healthy ESFP too. I just don't think that I think he's bought into the idea that typology is key to him redefining his own narrative. But that's going to invariably result in some clash between us because obviously people are always going to run into problems with me if I say define Mia and they say it's obvious what the definition is. They're just using words so differently than me, right? It's like, in their opinion, words are there to prompt people expressing themselves and or explaining themselves. So Coneman wants to explain himself in ways that afford him, both rarity and specialness. He's like Jesus and Hitler. He's, regardless of whether he turns out good or bad, he's inherently designed to make civilization changing impacts. I have no idea who Rusted Typology is. Never heard of him. I mean, the thing about Coneman and Cloud both is they say too much stuff to be an ISFP, and they say stuff through an action frame. I am putting objects here. So they run into conflict with me because I'm saying, okay, well, cool, you put an object here. Let's make some determinations about it. Let's do some work on it. What do you mean by Mia? If you're not interested in defining things, then you don't want any work to be done on the object you're putting on the metaphysical field. You just want it to prompt expression or provoke some kind of response. I think Coneman is really quite healthy. I don't believe he's being intentionally and or sort of maliciously provocative like Cloud was. I just think that it's inherently provocative to me when somebody uses language in that way. But as I was saying, I was thinking about it yesterday, and I can do better Like I can be a better person. The challenge is that when an ESFP is sold on the idea that they're a certain type, be they Club ENTP, I think his name's Dan, thinking he's an ENTP, Becky T thinking she's an ENFP, Coman thinking he's an INFJ, whatever. The challenge is it's kind of like BPD, which is to say, the biggest challenge, the thing that you must accomplish if you hope to make any progress with a BPD patient is to get them to agree that they're BPD. It's the most challenging thing in the world because that's the one thing they will not accept no matter what. When I told Kimberly she was BPD, I said, well, it's either that or you're just emotionally abusive all the time for no reason. She said, yes, I'm just emotionally abusive all the time for no reason. She preferred that explanation to having BPD. So there's an equivalent kind of bang your head against the wall phenomenon when somebody's a very subjective type and insisting they're like the most objective type. You can't get past the fact that they're always going to use subjective metrics to determine the question. So whatever you're saying doesn't matter, right? You're never going to get anywhere with them. I mean, are INFJs agreeable people? I would say most everybody would think they are. But ultimately, they have, like ENTPs, a kind of childlike relationship with their subjectivities. I can give you a perfect example. Rachel and I one time for her aunt's birthday or something, we wrote a little song and sang it to her aunt as like sent a video to her family. It does things like her sister put together a video of a bunch of family members all saying happy birthday to her mom, and then they had a video conference, played that video for their mom. So, well, because we had done one for her aunt, her sister said, okay, well, can you guys make one for mom now because it's her birthday? So Rachel said, inform me of this. And I was like, okay, fine. So I wrote a song. It took not that long to write it. Well, I mean, that value clash is really informative about people's types, okay? So what you're doing right here is potentially disagreeing with me. Potentially we're in dispute, right? But what you're doing is displaying your values. Your value is we don't affirm anything until it's substantiated in full. And because I've not substantiated in full the commands in the SFP, I shouldn't be operating under that assumption. So you and I are not in any values conflict because even though we're in disagreement, we're both speaking the same language. Because the real value here that we're both upholding is parsing and being correct. So to note here what's going on is to note that we're not in conflict over values just because we disagree, and that values are best understood as, in this instance, why are you using language? Note, KE, you're not using language to insist you're meow, meow, meow. Quite the opposite. You're using language to negate the idea that we can be certain about that, right? You're correct in this instance that I don't know what type Cone Man is. I don't even know what type Cloud is. I feel very certain about Dan and Becky T because I typed them. But my point is, let's say I'm wrong about Cone Man. He's not an ESFP. Well, then there'd be an additional explanation needed after I typed him to say, okay, this is why, maybe why he displayed like an ESFP. I can't say for sure what type he is, but my point is that he's using language in a certain way, right? That he's using these terms that we use in cognitive functions and stuff to define himself, not the world. No, I mean, I disagree with the idea that he's drawn a conclusion. And so if there's a value conflict between people who are using knowledge functions to know things that they've inadequate justification to know, in my opinion, right? So I'm not objecting to exactly what he's saying about the world. If he were to say, I had the same kind of objection, for example, when I heard somebody at Taylor's stream being very anti-government, treating government as the platypus, right? Same as I did when they treat corporations as the platypus or any other platypus. Platypusing is inherently bad. It doesn't matter what their conclusion is about who the platypus is, right? I'm going to react the same to it either way. Dan didn't really try to engage politically, but the thing is, remember, I was incredibly mad at Trump for being on the correct side of COVID, but having the wrong justifications. So what you're saying is really patently untrue. I was furious at Trump for being on my side of the issue and having no good justifications, which just fueled the other side, right? So it's not a matter of what you believe, it's a matter of how you believe it. It's a matter of whether or not you do due diligence in order to have positions and behave as though they're correct when it's matters of public policy. It doesn't matter if you're on my side or not. If you're on my side, you better be on my side for the right reasons. If not, you're my enemy. It's true that I have positions on various things that I agree with or disagree with, but what I really agree with or disagree with is whether somebody engages in respecting process integrity, the process of letting ideas do battle with each other so we can determine which is best by an objective, observation and analysis of them, rather than by choosing which basketball player we think is best before we've seen any of them play, and then not allowing our basketball player to play because otherwise it might threaten his status of being the best. That shit drives me insane, right? I'm a basketball scout. Obviously, it annoys me when people don't allow the players I'm scouting to demonstrate their abilities at all. After all, I'm trying to figure out which basketball player to draft in the coming draft, I need to know if this point guard, has a turnover problem, turns the ball over all the time, then it doesn't really matter how many assists he gets or even that he's a good medium range jump shooter. I'm probably not going to want him on my team. If you refuse to let your basketball player compete against other basketball players fairly, then I cannot possibly make a good decision about which one is the best basketball player. So obviously, that's going to drive me crazy. It would drive any basketball scout crazy, right? If you show up and there are all these supposedly top level basketball players, except they all are being brought by their parents. And their parents believe 100% that their kid is the best basketball player in history. And in order to sustain that belief, they refuse to let him compete against anybody. Because after all, if he competes against somebody, he might lose. He might have his weaknesses exposed. It might be clear to people that he's not quite as good as we thought he was. Or even that he's not good enough to make the team. So it's like, okay, dude, maybe your basketball player is the best, but I'm still not going to put him on the team if I don't get to watch him play. That's the values conflict, right? It's between parents of a kid who plays basketball who are really attached to the idea that he's a superstar versus a basketball scout who's worried about whether this player is going to be a good addition to our team or a bad addition to our team. Neither perspective is wrong exactly. That parents love their kids and think highly of them beyond their actual comparative value to others or something is a good thing. People love their children. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And also, it's very important that the basketball scout not be judging the basketball players like that at all. So both people are right in their respective jobs. The problem is, ideas aren't your children. And even if they are your children, just like with your children, at some point you have to stop being such a protective parent and let the kid figure some stuff out by themselves, right? So hopefully this analogy explains both how my perspective and theirs are equal in terms of inherent validity. Number two, how their perspective is inherently particularist and doesn't generalize. And number three, how my perspective requires me to attend only to those aspects of things that do generalize, because I'm not trying to make a decision that's important to the parent or the kid, but rather that's important to the team as a whole. And that's where the value conflict comes in. So, Kate, you and I don't have any conflict even when we disagree, because you're just saying, all right, well, how about this basketball player then? Maybe he's the best. And here's some, let him play. Here, I'm gonna put him in so you can see. So whether or not you or I disagree about a given basketball player, it doesn't matter. We're not in values conflict because we're both understanding it through the frame of we're picking basketball players for the team. Well, what I said was, I think he's an ESFP. And then I said things about ESFPs. And I used some stuff of his as exemplifying a certain relationship with cognitive functions and type that's consistent with the ESFP. I will again state the disclaimer, I do not know what type he is. I have not typed him. If he'd like me to type him and tell him what type he is, I will do it for free. The thing is, just as I have to respond to things people say in the chat without all the information I would get were I to have a face to face conversation with them. In other words, I'm not picking up tone and facial expressions, body language, other things that I would get from you if you were face to face. So, too, do I have to deal with people's type in kind of this conditional, um, speculative way if I haven't typed them, because there's still humans who are engaging here. I still need to explain certain behaviors, and some explanations are more likely than others. If it turns out that he does want me to type him, takes me up on my offer to type him for free, and he's not an ESFP, then I'll have to again revisit the issue of how dramatically misleading the chat can be sometimes. But I wouldn't be stunned if he's not an ESFP, but I would be pretty stunned if he were a if he were an INFJ. I mean, I seriously doubt it, KE. You'd have to you want to put the quotes up here, I can tell you what I'd say about it. It seems unlikely that if you were to share with me your writing, that I conclude you were an ENFJ. I bet, here's what I intuit you mean. You were talking about FE stuff in an FE successful way, but I bet you didn't successfully hide your NE. Unless you were purposely attempting to do so in order to make this point. It sounds like a lot of NE to me, KE. KE's feeling pushbacky today. I think that's one of the reasons why she likes it around here. She's affirmed for pushing back, and I bet in most places in her life, she's not affirmed for pushing back. I appreciate it. I love this kind of pushback, right? This is, let's play serious basketball. I'm always down for serious basketball. I'm just not down for people insisting their players stay on the sideline. Like, having heard Conman, at least on one occasion, maybe a couple of occasions, do the following thing. I'm like, yeah, because INFJs are like, yeah. And I go, actually, INFJs are not like, yeah, they're like, yeah. And he goes, and I'm like, yeah. Like, that thing is extremely suggestive of TI polar, right? Like, the ability to just it's like Walt Whitman. So I contradict myself. I am large. I contain multitudes. That's the ENFP version of it, you know. Good morning. So, anyway, the idea that you can just engage one identity thing, be corrected, engage the exclusive identity thing immediately thereafter, not notice the contradiction or think it matters, that's very TI polar. You could explain it as maybe TI 8, TI 4 potentially, but it's definitely, I mean, it's not impossible that somebody with better TI might do that once or twice in their life, you know, a few times, but I don't know, I can't conceive of really either Rachel or I mean, there's a certain relationship with FE too that you see a lot, which is this idea that if I want you to perceive me a certain way, I'll tell you how I am so you'll perceive me that way. Like, I think people who have some degree of intuitive relationship with extroverted feeling both understand how that's not playing the way it's wanted to play and have some idea of how if they wanted to convince people they were, say, an INFJ, what a subtle or nuanced approach that would look like. In other words, somebody else were doing this part, but this place were the same. And I came in here wanting to convince you I were an INFJ. Somehow that was the goal. I would go about it very differently. Like, if somebody, I wouldn't say what my type was at all. If somebody asked me, I'd say, well, I might be beta quadra, but it's hard to get good external confirmation of type. Something like that, you know? That's something like an INFJ would say, because they know that if they say they're an INFJ, they're going to get some kind of pushback in most environments. He's going to get pushback on it in this environment immediately, except for me to say, well, you know, people come in and say what type they are, and I never really know until I've typed them. But because we can explain what an intuitively FE approach to doing what he's attempting would look like, and we can note how starkly different that is from what we observe, I would suggest that we should feel more confident about eliminating a certain type as possible than we should about affirming any specific type. I feel more confident that he's not an INFJ than I do that he's an ESFP. I mean, for one thing, pretty straightforward, INFJs just don't talk that much, and they tend to recognize headbutting as running afoul of their tool functions engine, you know? They're worried in an intuitively deft way about how I perceive them. Now, I get it that that's kind of an unfair criterion. If you can't convince me you're an INFJ, you're not. It's like guilty until proven innocent or something. But really, the rule is like, if you were really an INFJ, you wouldn't be working so hard to convince me. You know? You'd be better at convincing me than that. At the same time, like a lot of ESFPs, it is undeniable that he has provoked a lot of interesting conversation and a lot of response from me that, you know, it just proved positive of the fact that you can't be engaged in any kind of intellectually robust analysis without engaging clash. The best analysis occurs out of clash, not out of agreement, right? Well, the thing is, people love to diagnose themselves as one of three types primarily: ENTP, INFJ, or INTJ. And the reason is because a poor relationship with labels, and because type descriptions are unreasonably flattering of those types. Nobody wants to be the boring regular type, right? Um, if you're treating it as something you attain rather than as something that explains you. Of course, if any of these people could actually be an ENTP or an INFJ, they'd understand how horrible it is. Because both those types are so divorced from their subjectivities that life's inherently going to be difficult. You know, Naruto has the special power of the ESFP. It doesn't matter. It's like, but Naruto, you have no talent at Mia. Well, I'm the best at it, or I will be. I believe it no matter what. And then he works super hard, and sure enough, he becomes the best at it, no matter how ridiculous that notion is, right? And that works for certain kinds of things. It works for things you can attain. You know, a lot of things that can be attained are best attained through perseverance and singularity of vision. Well, that's exactly up in ESFP's alley, right? A singular vision. I am an INFJ. But INFJs are this and you're not that. I believe it. I will work harder and attain it. As I learn what you perceive to be traits of INFJs, I will purposefully display those more often. My understanding of what those things are. So in this instance, I guess the real disagreement is between believing a type is something you can attain versus believing type is something that can't explain. I mean, I don't hate being an ENTP. I used to. I did. I didn't know it then, but I mean, I really hated myself for more or less my whole life. I don't hate myself as much as I used to, but I don't know. It's like when you're defaulting to an objective deliberation function, even regarding yourself all the time, it means you practice objective self-criticism all the time. So, like, this conversation was actually launched, although we've gotten far from that, was launched by me saying, I've been doing some self-criticism since yesterday and I'd like to try to be better in the sense that I need to live in a reality informed by the things I know more, right? Like, I understand that what I'm asking of Tone Man is to engage in an attentional process that's fundamentally at odds with who he is. So the idea that I can expect that from him is insane. And it's like, for me to be a more moral agent, I need to be less reflexively right? Ambition and personal drive is good. Well, sure. I mean, if you want to attain, if you want to accomplish things. Well, KE, I can already tell you, even if we were both single, you and I would never work out. E and TP should not be together. So I am perfectly fine with you not liking my skinny body. Yeah, I still do typings. In fact, I have one today. I have one at 5:30 today. I've successfully made my place in the world as an advisor and a problem fixer of sorts. Well, I had two when I was exactly that as well when I was a debate coach, right? Uh, I advised parents and students about either their kid or their debate stuff. I coached them. I motivated them. I fixed problems between rounds. Mr. Strauss, they said no, no, no in the round, and the judge said they voted on that. Well, okay, they judge should have voted on that. You shouldn't have said no, no, no. Here's how to fix that next round. You're smelling my Mars and Gemini. The advanced notifications that you are going live is terrific. I have nothing to do with that. I have no idea what you're talking about. um, just fail the TE test and don't provide specific examples. Done. No money, although obviously you watch my typing sessions with a very critical eye, and I appreciate that. I'm you you're not completely out of Truth County when you're saying that, but I think that's a little reductive. You'd have to also if you're I mean if you're ESIP, you have to successfully hide your TI polar, which you're not going to probably do. It's conceivable if you practice TI questions a bunch, you could learn that somewhat, but you come up with a TE approach to it where you don't have to do the reasoning. You can work through something. Is it useful to self-diagnose using polars? Probably not, because not only is your polar something that you're not going to test well in, it's also something that you're so blind to, you're going to misdiagnose failures in that area as something else, successes in that area as something else, you know? I don't like ISFP descriptions at times because it tries to claim they aren't judgmental at all and care about practical details, etc. I hate detail work, be judgmental as well. So type descriptions are terrible, right? They're they're just a muddy pool of confusing notions that run afoul of the reality that you can't really describe types without describing their cognitive functions and their relationship with those specific functions and their slots, you know? I'm not burlier than you, but I am taller than you and skinnier than you, probably. I'm skinnier than just about everybody. Women are inherently less skinny because they have boobs. Therefore, they're less flat. So are you saying flat is the same thing as skinny, Eric? Shut up, Kay. I don't want to hear your critiques. To be honest, I don't know why. Some people's fingernail shapes and finger sizes or hands overall give me the ick, like these. Yeah. Yeah. Look at my fingers. Yeah. Like that. Elaine, loose plans are the best kind of plans. KE says, I made peace with it now. I just own it as a criterion, as arbitrary as it is. You mean fingers? That's fair. Sounds like some seventh slot FI there. Good job. You like Asian hands. Secret Asian hands. Secret Asian hands. Why is money named Elaine on my chat? Money and Elaine are two different people. If they are the same people, there's two different accounts. Money's here. Do you accept payments in the form of chat donations? Oh, of course I do, money. Sure, if you want to super chat me, I'd appreciate it. That'd be great. Everyone in this chat isn't real. Do you mean that no one in this chat is real? Or do you mean that not everyone in this chat is real? So if you were like exchanging photos with a guy and you'd ask him for finger photos, it's a good question. I appreciate that question a lot. Do it for women too, huh? We miss you. You've been in a coma for 6 months. Who is that? Me? I have been in a coma for 6 months, more or less. It's true. I feel like I'm coming out of it right now, actually. But I think it's interesting that you noted that. I guess I've sort of been saying it for a while and never used those terms before. But it's not like I've been not live streaming. So it's interesting that you noted that. Imagine my fingers as the first thing you see when you wake up from a coma. My fingers right here in your eyes. Like K immediately starts coming. I woke up from a coma just a second ago and I'm orgasming already. Oh, it's more an avoidance of ick. Okay. She wakes up from her coma and says, "Ew, ew." It's like, how did you know, money? Or what were you even saying? I'm curious. Now you've got me very curious about you, what you're saying, because you're talking about me in a way that was informative to me. Like, oh, that's a good way of putting things of late. Sums it up nicely. It was a nice NI that I'd never thought of. That, well, money says, I sort of don't want to be typed because I know I will have a billion what ifs. Have you considered, etc. Well, here in the chat, I kind of operate, I think, under the assumption that you're an INTP without, maybe, I don't know if I've ever said that or anything, but I suspect maybe Carlos Paeva as well. I'm not sure. Obviously, that's just my impression. It doesn't count as knowing your type, but who's Jungkook? Is that the name of the character in the show, or is that the actual name of the guy? I want to know. So do you have like Asian pretty boy taste? Because I've noticed that Asians. Oh, he's a South Korean singer, huh? Like in Korean shows, the protagonists tend to all be like super like feminine looking pretty boys. I guess that's kind of the taste in men in Asia, maybe. I mean, I can't. I have no test for SE polar money, so that's why INTPs can always win the argument with me that I don't have adequate reason to definitively conclude the type that I say there are. And one of the ways I know they're INTPs is they do that. Well, that was a long time ago. I think maybe tastes have changed in Asia, you know? It seems like a lot of, I mean, I watch a fair amount of Korean shows on Netflix. I'm into that right now. Seems like the protagonist in all these shows is very metrosexual, you know? I will say that it's hard to find Korean shows that respect my FI sensitivity adequately. Like, don't want to see scenes of bullying. I don't want to see scenes of child abuse. You know, be a little bit more careful with my feelings, please, Korea. Or like Gap Moe. I'm not sure what that means. I kind of know what Moe means, but I don't know what Gap Moe means. Unless you mean like the gap. You're taking a typing protocol where you shuffle and negate the person's type. Assume person is random type X, then sufficiently negate that type until you settle. That's basically what I do every time. Um, Except I wouldn't say I start with a type. I'd say I usually start with SINI to try to figure out which is front stack, and I can usually figure that out. The trickiest is if it's 4-5, but and then like at the end of a typing session, what I'm looking for from the person I'm typing are is a type that they think they might be besides the one I typed them as. Then I'll do exactly what you say. I'll be like, okay, well, let me type for that type and see if I can eliminate it. Levi from Attack on Titan, spiky with gooey insides. He's very ISTP, Levi. Maybe ISFP, I don't know. Well, it's because I don't have tests for certain things. I have no tests for SE. My FI tests are not very many tests, you know. I've got some pretty good tests for TE, some pretty good tests for NI, but those tests are pretty good polar tests. They'll show weakness, but they're not very good at determining what slot you are in, you know? So it's like, I don't have equally good tests for all functions. And I do a couple of things. I don't just directly test for a function, but I'll do assessing that's designed to distinguish between meow or meow function for front stack. And sometimes it's inconclusive. Kay doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe she's on drugs or something. Kay, what is not sensible about Kay being her explanation about what kind of Asian guys she likes? Well, that's true, money. Look, I'm not saying I always do a perfect job in typing sessions. There are certain typing sessions where I feel fairly confident afterwards that I got it wrong. Like I won a couple typing sessions back where there was this lady, I couldn't figure out what type she was, but I'm pretty sure she's an ENFJ, and I told her she was an INFJ. I think it was wrong. In that instance, I was kind of rusty. I hadn't typed in a long time, and I I tried to do my best, but I didn't do the best possible job. It is correct, money, to say that I am not maximally prioritizing at all times being correct. So a lot of times people don't like having their deficit functions exposed. And so I can only spend so much time on those things before my FE has me move on. Not because I'm trying to tell them what type they want to be told, but because I'm trying to avoid making them feel too uncomfortable during the process, you know, which would be uncomfortable for me too. I'm not a perfect typologist. I'm just by far the best. Right. So, Boba Fett, what you're saying there is kind of what I do. It's like I type for the ones that, yeah, that was when everyone's like, no, that's not right, and I agreed with them. So, you, that's one of the reasons why I'm by far the best typologist. We can we can agree about where I was wrong. Usually, I acknowledge that I'm fallible, but this kind of conversation where you're saying, here are some shortcomings in your typing approach, here's a better alternative. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just pointing out the fact that I'm not disagreeing with you and that you and I are meaningfully talking about the protocols of typing people is why I'm vastly better than anybody else. Try to have this conversation with C.S. Joseph. You know, see how it goes. See how C.S. Joseph deals with this kind of critique. Now, I get it. Maybe that's too low a bar. Just being better than garbage isn't very impressive. But still, I'd say, like money, you should type people because what you're saying is correct. That's a great way to type people. You seem to understand, in general, what I'm saying about typology, typing people and stuff. You do a great job. Anybody potentially could do a great job of typing people if they apply all the stuff that I already do well and try to improve on it. They could type people better than me. I don't have exclusive ownership to these typing techniques. Obviously, the reason they're good typing techniques is because you can use them too. They're operationally defined. I would love it if there were a shit ton of INTPs who watched enough talking with famous people to understand everything and then improved it and did their own thing. It would be a powerful force against the cacophony of wrongness that currently comprises typology. Of course, INTPs, they're not going to do that. They're just going to chill here, listen to this while they're playing their game on their computer, and then periodically chime in with a correct point about my failures. You're right, INTPs, but I'm less right than you, but more typing people. So that counts for something too. Isn't it lovely outside? Look at this. How beautiful is it? It's just a winter wonderland. We're walking in a winter wonderland right now. Sleigh bells ring. Are you listening? In the lane, snow is glistening. Look at it glisten. Do you see the glistenings? I knew I had to stream early this morning because I knew this was going to melt off pretty quick. This will all be gone by, I don't know, noon or 1, I bet. Maybe a little later than that. But you can see how fast it's melting. It's just dripping off the trees. It's dripping like an ice cream cone on the 4th of July. That's when ice cream cones are known to maximally melt, is on the 4th of July. The combination of hot weather and fireworks means ice cream is maximally endangered on that day. I wonder if this makes it cool. No, it doesn't. Now let's go look over here. I'm getting dripped on though. Oh, I got drips on there. There. Winter Wonderland 101. What have you been doing the last 6 months, Money? Have you been in a coma too? Or are you just... No, I'm kind of always in a coma. I'm sorry. It must be difficult to be an INTP. I wouldn't want to be one. Of course, that's another type that people say they are, right? When they're not, INTJ, INTP, ENTP, INFJ. Those are your 4 main bullshit types. Like 16 personalities, their test is designed to spit out 80% those 4 types. Because those 4 types are most likely to buy the extra report. In other words, people who aren't those types are more likely to buy the report on being those types than they are to buy the report on them not being those types. You are regular. Congratulations. Here's all the ways in which you're ordinary. Would you like to read more? No thanks, says everybody, intuitive and non-intuitive alike. You are boring and not special. You're welcome. So I don't like type descriptions, right? If you're going to do type descriptions, they should be comprised all negatives. So that nobody wants to be any type. ENTP. Here are all the ways you suck ass. Oh, I do suck ass like that. I wonder if I am that type. INTJs. Here are all the ways you are retarded. INFJs. Here are all the ways you are useless. INTP. Here are all the ways you comprise nothing but wasted potential. INTJs. Your awkwardness renders your entire life irrelevant. All right, I'll read it. I gotta go up now. Okay. You should say congratulations, Eric. Why? Because it snowed. The existence of jumpers is just one of the differentiations meant to justify a fundamentally flawed way of typing. Agreed, 100%. Okay, he's also into fictional aliens. Well, maybe you can get an agent to cosplay as an alien. An alien who morphs into an Asian guy who then has sex with you. You could guess where the FI is if you're fairly sure about FE. I think I remember that lady. I remember that comment. Well, the whiteboard says that your subconscious superego implies that you should give me $500 as part of your spiritual journey. Yeah, that is very much what C.S. Joseph might say. I wear the same earrings for months until I get tired of them, buy new ones, and the cycle continues. I'm wearing the same necklace since I was 11. I still get compliments on it today. If something is good, it's good. I've been wearing this watch for a long time now. I have the same relationship with watches, sort of, well, actually similar to Kay's relationship with the earring. I wear a watch until it breaks, then I throw it away and get another one. Since I never take it off, I wear it in the shower, bath, or whatever. It eventually starts getting like water on the inside of the glass, and then it's got just a little bit of time before it breaks. That sounds like a job, Eric. Money, you get a wonder point for that, okay? And you've earned it. Oh, it's Wednesday. Wonder point values are doubled. So that's 2 wonder points for you. And speaking of things being good, they're good. It's like wonder points. One day I awarded a wonder point. And I decided that Wednesday was double wonder points. And that practice has continued ever since. There's no reason to change it. It's perfectly good as it is. I am too narcissistic to be deterred from talking about myself and looking at whatever you're pointing at. I don't blame you, K.E. I wouldn't call that narcissistic. I would just call that self-involved. We're all pretty self-involved, and there's nothing wrong with that. Oops, this one has a tear. That one is faded as fuck. Buy bulk like 10 t-shirts, 15 undies, a bunch of shorts. That's a smart way to do it, but I just continue wearing torn clothes until somebody else buys me something. Not officially, Elaine, but at some point I did exclusively buy black clothes so I could have a max of outfit combinations with the least amount of individual items, and most importantly, the fewest amounts of washings. You have to wash black clothing least often. Here's the thing about bun huggers. Yes, I love bun huggers, right? It's like a cod piece and underwear built into one. But the problem with bun huggers is you are just one butt pick away from dirty underwear. You can't ignore that brown spot on your bun huggers when you pull down your pants to go to the bathroom. You see it every time and you're just like, oh, I should change my underwear. Meanwhile, boxers, you can wear for weeks and never notice how disgusting they are. When new people come into the chat saying they are an INFJ and go on to say life is so hard, but I have big wisdom, etc., it's not even like I truly disagree with either statement, but it feels so uncouth to make a claim. It doesn't feel effie tool. Exactly. But I'm not sure if I'm just a lot less confident or a lot more aware of how things like that land. It's the last bit, right? It's that you understand what I persistently don't understand, which is not how to communicate clearly what I mean, but rather how to communicate in a way that I can predictably expect how others will respond to it. No, I mean, I think that's a great comment, Lou. And I think that's exactly what I was talking about, is like, you and I share kind of an intuitive awareness of that. I maybe don't display that in my actions very much a lot of times, but it's like I'm intuitive enough as an observer to like you say, to see how things are to know that, okay, that's not gonna land very well, right? And to the extent that I'm not like that when in my speaking myself, like my own words don't display a particularly good awareness of how to impact people's perceptions. Rather, it displays good awareness of how to state things correctly. Well, that's just consistent with the fact that I'm an action type, not INFJ. And the point is, it seems implicit to INFJs that that's their area of expertise. They understand how to engage in communication that's highly aware of how stuff plays on a universal level, and can apply that intuitive understanding of FE in multiple new situations. They come in observer first. They're knowing types, you know? And why does it take so long for me to make a comment or email? SE fourth? Same here, but I'm beginning my rainbow era now. Oh, you're wearing all rainbow clothes? That's pretty cool. You're making a bold statement when you go in the world, Elaine. Talking with famous people, Lou has a comment which I think you should read. Well, I read it, I think, already. Let's see. Seems like you guys treat Coleman a bit harsh. You get a vibe from him that he is having a difficult time in his life, but he doesn't seem anyone really cares. Not that you have to, but I just say, no, I feel you here. I mean, that's actually how this conversation began, although it got really far afield from that. Is I feel bad that I failed to demonstrate what I know about humans and what I kind of understand as well here, Lamb, which is your FI clarity here. I'm not, that doesn't, it's not very present in the front of my mind, but it's something I was musing about yesterday as well, which is be a good person and understand that he's using this language to deal with his identity, try to make his struggles into something positive. And when you remember that, like us all, he's a human being who's trying to make his way through a difficult world. The last thing you need to do, Eric, is make his journey harder, right? When I think about things like that, it makes me want to cry because it kind of makes me aware all of a sudden that I'm always so rough and tumble, and I don't know what these people are going through. I feel morally responsible and emotionally responsible for this failing. This is something that I've wrestled with on multiple occasions throughout the history of talking with famous people. Moments of awareness that I'm projecting an FI polar um, frame of reference on people who are often communicating for emotional reasons and maybe reaching out in some way, and instead of being a helping hand, or at least uh, a hand that affirms their personhood, um, I just default to my own frame projections as well, and I should know better. And at the same time, I don't know how to be helpful to an ESFP at all, if I'm right about that. It doesn't begin with correct typing, Like, I can really empathize with an ESFP having ESFP struggles. I can't really empathize with an ESFP having INFJ struggles. I can empathize with a person struggling, though. And I get that I should prioritize that. At the same time, Is it really a good idea for him to write a book about INFJs and Hitler and Jesus? I mean, if you see somebody driving a big vehicle with a trailer down a road that ends in a narrow alley dead end, do you inform them not to go that way? Even if they're really sure that that's the way to go? I don't know. Like, if the way he's going to pull himself out of whatever his struggles are is to write a book about typology, I would say that's a poor strategy. But I mean, I don't really obviously know what he's looking for from this. That's the other thing is what would be helpful for me to say. I don't know. I could ignore things that I want to negate. I probably should do a better job of that. But I don't have any alternative thing to say that I can think of that would be helpful at all, also true or accurate. So I don't know. I don't know how to deal with somebody like that. He's clearly not malicious at all. He's clearly not just trying to troll or be provocative. He's trying to engage about ideas. But his understanding of those ideas, from my perspective, is totally wrong. He's going to understand my negating of everything he says as just sort of a relentless attack on him. But it's hard for me to perceive his onslaught of wrong ideas as neutral, you know? So I don't know what to do about it. It's a conundrum. Maybe I won't have to do anything about it. Maybe he's tired of banging his head against the wall too. I don't know. But I think he's a good person, and I think he deserves to be affirmed wherever he is hanging out for who he is. But I have a lot of trouble dealing with what someone says through a frame of who they are as just a human, right? It's certainly hard for me to maintain a sort of changed perspective on things throughout the duration of a long conversation. Maybe, like, the live stream yesterday was like 6 hours long. So, no, I mean, you're FIing here, Lamb. It's called harm prevention, right? Harm prevention is FI. What you're pointing out is my FI is bad, and maybe some of the other people around here you feel piled on a bit. You're right about that. I should be more concerned about harm prevention when somebody's stated they're going through a difficult time in their life. They don't need me negating everything they say. And I do feel bad about it, you know? One, who's you guys? Two, he wasn't vulnerable with us. It's also rude in many ways to assume that people are some wounded animals that need tending. Well, if they do say explicitly, I'm going through a tough time right now, then it's reasonable to say that we ought to try to keep that more in mind when dealing with them, right? Usually with male INFJs, so perhaps the socialization of being not male is showing here too. I'm not trying to be harsh, and that actually wasn't specifically about cone man. I've noticed it several times over the years with male INFJs, perhaps the socialization of being not male is showing here too. And I also said that to cone man that there are some things he's doing that remind me of stuff that Corey did, but it's like the difference is Corey would never do that engaging with the live chat and stuff. In fact, he did engage with the live stream for some stretch of time when he was here and was very socially graceful you know? It was just with me directly that what is the conversion rate of Wonder Points to chicken nuggets? That depends on the specific chicken nugget vendor. You'll have to check with each of them to see if they've made a deal with talking to famous people to allow you to convert your Wonder Points. And even if they have, it's probably contingent on blockchain Wonder Points, which I've yet to establish. Well, I think it's a good idea. I think we should have blockchain Wonder Points. Wonder Points should be blockchain tokens. It could be like an Ethereum token or something. Money says, you deal with ESFPs by bolting your windows and getting a strong door lock. I don't think ESFPs are likely to break into your house. I think that's incorrect. Good morning, Acacia and Ruben. KE says, I remember people in your chat typed me as NIDOM or auxiliary because I was wearing black. Made me laugh. That's what I always fear with that type of services, but then I end up photoshopping my face in a color palette for hours on end. The results are pretty comical. I get jump scared by them 3 months later. I used to like to play with Photoshop too. A diplomatic intelligence for the NFs. Diplomatic intelligence is certainly a good way of talking about something. I guess you would say that all NFs probably have it in common, at least so ENFPs. But certainly I've seen that diplomatic intelligence from Acacia on multiple occasions as she sort of makes playful something that's getting too adversarial, as Ruben described it to me. I do have brown eyes because I'm so full of shit. If you wear black, your eyes can look brighter shade of brown in contrast. Oh, that's exactly what I'm looking for in life, here, Lamb. I want more starkly contrasting eyes. This is the most ISFP comment you have ever made. I don't think that's necessarily the case. Winston's mom. I could certainly see multiple types potentially being aware of noting some physical thing like that. I'm not somebody who's likely to note that, but oh, I didn't realize that was the book subject. I miss a lot when I'm only listening and the chat is in my pocket. Well, if he thinks that nothing can help him, then there's nothing you can do because the communication is closed on his end. I don't know if he thinks that or not. I was thinking about his motivations. Does he want a place where everyone agrees to talk about the state of the world and everyone agrees it's messy? Yeah, I assume he wants us. He's sort of projecting his frame of reference, like I am, and he'd like people to engage in communication, which they each share their opinions about things. Maybe do the same thing he's doing. He says, as an INFJ, blah, 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 blah. And as an ENTP, I know that my creativity and novelties means that I can really, move ideation forward, something like that, and then you share something like that. I don't know, I don't think that kind of conversation is doing anything, but that's because I have my frame of reference. I think people fall a lot into the hubris that they have some moral imperative to help people as a moral imperative of sorts without actually taking into account the other person wants any help. It's a lesson I had to learn. People are not charity cases. There's a difference between making yourself available to others when they require it. This is not about Coman or anything. It's just a general statement. Right. Well, I do think that one of the problems is in life, in policy that we have is this habit of trying to draw circles around certain groups and position them as the ones who need our help, or the ones we don't have to treat as human, such as like they did during the drug war. Let's draw a line around people who do drugs and say we don't have to treat these people like humans. Cone Man came in here claiming victimhood, but he did not ask for help. If they told Eric that Cone Man could help Eric, he played the pathos card or anything. I don't know if he told me he could help me. I think he just said what he thought was correct about cognitive functions and or INFJs or whatever, and or about himself, and I generally disagreed with him. Okay, well, in interpersonal relationships, sure, it's the case that people are not charity cases. There's a difference between making yourself available other than they require, etc. But what I'm saying is, this is a kind of unique interpersonal relationship. Being the YouTuber or whatever, people engage with me for whatever their reasons are. But over the years, I've come to understand that even though it's silly, maybe shouldn't be like this at all, that I have to be more cautious in my words and with other people than I would if I were in the chat. In part, it's required because I need to be consistent, not a hypocrite, right? I position myself as somebody who cares about what is righteous, about what is just and moral, and also somebody who's compassionate. I may not always behave accordingly, but when I don't, I should at least critique myself to some extent. And when dealing with other human beings, I think we're ill-advised to have some sort of too general a rule. We have to allow for the fact that, like, maybe this person's like not engaging with me in a way that makes sense to me in the moment, and I get frustrated, and they start crying, and then I learn that their dad died earlier that day or something. We should try to be somewhat aware of the reality that we just don't know what the person that we're dealing with in life is going through, and we don't know the extent to which what they're saying right now is literally about what they're saying, or might be an expression of some other thing that's going on there with them personally, that's rendering them into a suboptimal expression of self. It's a good idea to err on the side of compassion and kindness and stuff, but it's not something that I naturally always do. It's kind of a huge deficit area. Like, Hero Lamb is fundamentally right here, even though he'll never win the argument. The reason he'll never win the argument is because he's right for FI reasons, and you can't win the argument. We can all make points like, well, if he wanted us to be kind to him, he should have, or whatever. But Hero Lamb's right. So that's something I struggle with. I'd like to be more kind, but also I get what KE's saying. Like, if it were me, I'd be most offended by the idea that you thought you had to be kind to me and treat me with kid gloves. I'd be more offended by that than anything else. So fairness would dictate that I take the same approach towards the other people that I deal with, that I, afford them the same benefit of dignity that I would expect of myself. However, life's more complicated than the golden rule. And for me, anyway, a full manifestation of my moral agency requires that I I do something other than reflexively go to my TI argumentation framework when dealing with singular other human beings instead of ideas. And I guess that's ultimately what here I'm saying boils down to. Cone Man came in here as a person, not as a set of ideas that he states. And I didn't keep that in mind enough. It's a fair critique, and I deserve it. So thank you, Hero Lamb. I'm giving you a wonder point for correctly critiquing me and being on the right side of the issue. You deserve it. It is Wednesday, Hero Lamb, so wonder points are doubled. Okay, so where are we here? Ray Coleman came here claiming big movie and asked for help. That's how it played, but I don't think that's literally what happened. Good morning, Acacia. Good morning, Boba Fett. Good morning, Winston's mom. Elaine, I will tip my translucent hat to you. You can't see it, of course, because it's translucent. Boba Fett accurately describes as a meow 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 is very cringe. I agree. Elaine amusingly says, as an INFJ/ENTJA, I'm offended by that. Wonder point, Elaine. And it's 2 because it's Wednesday. Fair enough. I am not saying you were right. We all agree that you were a bit too much on the combative side during the exchange. Okay, well, thanks, Katie. I'm glad we all agree about my failure. I agree about it too. Yes, boohoo, Eric might get triggered. I do get triggered by displays of someone else's suffering or sadness. Like a lot of men, I immediately lose when a woman cries. So if Rachel's crying, I have lost. I have done something wrong. I have engaged in some bad way. I have failed to prevent her from crying in some way or whatever. There's no way to view a tear from Rachel, related to me anyway, rather than say a TV show, as anything but my own abject failure. That's a good choice, Elaine. I do believe wonder points convert to vodka at a 1-to-1 ratio, 1 wonder point for 1 shot. I only cry of frustration over not being able to communicate adequately what I want to say. If they're crying, it just means your logic wasn't good enough. They're sad over your stupidity. Money, that's why you're crying about me right now. But I don't think that's necessarily why everybody cries when I make them cry. Well, I think that there's something to be said for the idea that optimization of self links to upholding your 7-slot value and understanding it better. It's an absolute value, but it's a blind spot as well. So for me, FI is definitely an absolute value. You can basically stop me in my tracks by saying you're hurting my feelings. That will almost always just bring the air train to a screeching halt. If you say you're hurting my feelings, I'll be like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It's that's all anybody has to do to stop me dead in my tracks. Show vulnerability, Aren't introverted, extroverted functions inherently intention? No, I don't think they're intention. I think that uh, in order to be a dominant function, you must have the tool function either meow or meow. So, like, my TI and NE aren't in conflict with one another. They, it's fundamentally how my NE expresses most of the time when I'm trying to do anything. So when I'm live streaming, most of the time I'm trying to do something, like explain something, answer a question, ex- explain something mostly. Um, Sometimes I'm trying to make jokes, and that's more NIFE. And but a lot of even those jokes will be informed by my TI. So I like TI humor, such as the one-armed drummer skit from Mr. Show. If if you've never seen it, let's see. I don't think I've ever cried of sadness in front of others about something personal except my grandma. A couple times. Depends, Eric. I've gotten before, and to be honest, sometimes I'm too righteously angry and I get called out for being a manipulation tactic. Okay, I'm not sure what that's responsive to, but it's fine. Uh, Host Eric, if we take Maslow's hierarchy of needs and we apply the cognitive functions to each step of the needs, how do we know that Maslow was correct about self-actualization? I don't think he was correct about self-actualization. I think that, first of all, actualization is a bad term. I think optimization is a better term because actualization implies you can get to having a black belt in self or something, and then you're done. Optimization suggests that we are all functioning somewhat suboptimally in some ways, and that there is a preferable way to express self that we could attain. How would you uphold the seventh if it's opposed to the third? Oh, well, it's not it's not in opposition to the third, right? It's you know a full a full expression of FE in the dominant slot has FI in the fifth slot. It's the value in the world that something must uphold to a minimal level to get a passing grade. Whether it's something you put in the world, whether it's your self concept of yourself in the world, whether it's something not you in the world, not linked to you in the world, that's how you're going to validate things. So you're very unlikely to see an FE Dom ever be accused of being mean or not nice enough or something like that. Because FE as a dominant function includes inherently that relationship with FI. FE as a third function is a childish understanding of that function. And it's, in other words, it's deprioritized in terms of the total amount of attention given to in a given day, such that it isn't afforded the time and focus needed to have a healthy, good relationship with the seventh. But in its more optimal expression, it has more, it's more informed by FI, right? So, yeah, it's certainly possible to uphold both values if you have a more complete understanding or something of them, but it's not possible for you to afford it more attentional priority. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Acacia. Acacia says she was not hurt by my SE polar jokes. So I'm glad to hear that. My capacity is simply not care is superpower. I'm not sure which function of slot that corresponds to. Well, eighth slot FI would be the most unconscious FI, which means even though an eighth slot FI person probably has more cognitive energy directed towards their feelings, or I guess they they have a more intentionally robust relationship with their feelings than seventh slot because they're deliberative types. So they have a strong unconscious autopilot of the other deliberation function. They're least likely, therefore, to remember or note instances of their own FI. They're least likely to have that consciously inform them, even less so than ENTPs. Therefore, they're most likely to report that they don't care. More likely to report, or most of the two. BRB, have to acquire milk from the store. Insert absent dad joke. If so, wouldn't it then sound like all types need to be good at all functions to be optimal? No, because I'm not saying being good at. I'm saying uphold the value of. It's important if I'm going to be a fully realized ENTP that I have a better than before relationship with upholding FI. So, like, I've definitely grown in large part thanks to an express abstract understanding of cognitive functions, such that in the past, when Hero Lamb said, something like, maybe you should respect his FI a little bit more, maybe you should display a little bit better FI, that I agree with that, and my thinking about it hopefully informs future engagements such that I'm a little bit more careful with people's feelings. I'm not sure it will, but at least having my map be more correct about that rather than simply a projection of my own function bias uh, is a more optimal expression of myself as an ENTP than a less informed expression of self. So yeah, it's possible to, as an ENTP, I'm going to uphold the value of FI most of the time, not directly by expressing FI, but instead by advocating in favor of it, as I am now. Advocating in favor of the legitimacy of conflicting frames of reference when they conflict is definitely an example of growth for an ENTP. Balanced, I think. Wonderful, says Acacia, said Winston's mom. And well and prettily said, says Lou. Thank you, Lou. I appreciate you chimed that in because I had originally thought Acacia's wonderful was directed at me for having said that. And I've been disappointed to learn that she was only directing that to Winston's mom. Oh, no, thanks, Lou. You're also directing that to Winston's mom. So nobody's referring to what I just said and how well and prettily said it was or how wonderful it was. They're just telling Winston's mom how wonderful she is. So now I just feel shame and emptiness. Oh well. What I did say right there was well and prettily said. It was a good explanation of how a person can optimize, in other words, change their relationship with various functions without changing the amount of attention paid or something like that, or their function stack, or without getting good at a function, some bullshit like that, right? The fact that I affirm the equal legitimacy of FI is powerful and dramatic growth regarding FI, even if I'm not feeling it, right? Thanks, Acacia. Thanks. I will say that Compliments I have to beg for taste worse than unsolicited ones. But, at least I don't fish for compliments. I explicitly beg for them. Please praise what I said, for it was wonderful. And the INFJs all shake their heads. Eric, they say. I like that trope from movies or TV shows where somebody behaves in textbook like Susie fashion or whatever, and everyone else in the cast goes, Susie, and then the laugh track goes. I really like that trope. I tell you what's a common trope in Korean shows. It's called did the protagonist just get shot? Oh no. So here's the protagonist, here's the bad guy. And the bad guy's pointing the gun at the protagonist. And you see the two of them, you hear this bang. And then it's revealed that the good guy's friend is behind the bad guy and shot the bad guy. And you go, oh, good. It wasn't the protagonist who got shot, it was the bad guy. The good guy's friend arrived just in the nick of time. That's a common trope in Korean shows. It's also the case that both good guys and bad guys, really, in Korean shows, survive multiple stabbings and heal from them within a couple of days, it seems like. It's also the case that every time a protagonist gets into a fight, in the next scene, he'll have a small band-aid on his face somewhere. You don't know. It could be here, could be on the nose. It never seems to be on the forehead, really. Oh, yes, there are. There are lots of shootings in Korean shows if you have them going outside of Korea or foreigners coming in with guns, right? A lot of times the enemies and the bad guys in Korean shows are foreigners, particularly the Chinese. The Chinese are common bad guys. They tend to bring guns in, right? If there's any kind of international spy element to it or whatever, then there's guns. Now, if it's purely domestic, then Kay's right. It's replete with a cornucopia of stabbings. People getting stabbed here, stabbed there. As soon as they leave the country of Korea, of course, everybody's toting guns. You also know that a Korean protagonist or character in general is really kick ass when they can fluently speak English and Korean and maybe one other language. The Korean character is really cool when he engages in an American style way with Americans and the Americans respect him. Hey, how you doing? And they shake hands instead of bowing and stuff, That ability to code switch successfully between West and East is very valued in Korean culture, I think. I don't think they particularly expect Americans to be able to code switch, but they frequently have American-born Koreans as characters in their shows. Usually they turn out to be the bad guys. For them, the code switching is seen as weaponized, I think. Like, almost every male Korean protagonist is a very polite young man who's followed very respectfully, like the elder-younger thing, does a lot of bowing, but also successfully, defeats the elders and stuff in respectful ways. Ridiculous, really. Like, even when arresting the old man for murder, he still bows and shows all the appropriate respect. It's kind of silly, really. I don't need to lock the door that badly. It hurts my brain when I hear the Japanese version of good English. Well, I mean, the Korean version of it is the only English, but the only English I cannot understand at 1.5 speed is the English in a Korean show. And they don't put the subtitles up when they're speaking English. So I have no idea what the fuck they're saying half the time. Dead, you hear me? We're both fucking dead. Seagulls are now coming around with the crows for snacks. You gotta watch out for those seagulls because they're known as the pirates of the air. And if they determine that you're a landlubber, they may make you walk the plank. Rachel and I were discussing how she and I are both landlubbers. And that even if we were to go on a boat on a lake, that a pirate would still declare us landlubbers. And the fact that going on a lake is something that landlubbers do, you know. Real seafaring creatures like seagulls. Maybe they're river gulls. Rodents sucks all of them. Seagulls are based. Okay, well, I'm glad you have a strong opinion of that, Kate. And with my improved relationship with introverted feeling, I want to tell you that I care about your opinion a lot. Okay? I care so much about it. I want you to feel affirmed when you're here. That's why I'm just going to agree with you. I'm not even going to correct your conjugation. I don't even think you needed to correct it. Okay, if you want rodents to sucks, then they sucks, okay? Everything's equally correct. Mind you, my grammar when I typed is so bad it can be funny at times. That's irrespective of the language I use. My brain pivots mid-sentence and forgets things. I think you should stop pooping in stream. Well, then you think I should end the stream every time I poop. Think about it that way. Think about it that way. Because it's not the case that I should hold my poop in. I've heard them on occasion with the moments, see them soaring or perched up high. Just saw 3 on the ground, which is new. Well, 3 little birds on your doorstep, singing sweet songs, messages pure and true. This is my message to you. Don't worry, about a thing, cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Well, maybe you can entertain yourself, KE, but I'm not so sure about the other people. I think they need my ongoing patter to remain entertained. I love that song too. That's one of the, I think that might be Bob Marley's best song. 3 little birds on my doorstep, singing sweet songs, messages pure and true, singing, this is my message to you. Don't worry, about a thing, cause every little thing gonna be alright. Okay, well, KE, that's fair. I don't want to listen to you poop either. Maybe I will consider that in the future. Maybe I'll consider leaving the camera outside the bathroom when I poop. All right? Maybe I will poll the audience before I poop as to whether they want me to take them in there with them or if they like to stay outside. I think I could even do that. I think it lets you maybe put a poll in the stream. That may be an ability that you have thanks to the magic of YouTube. I don't know. I think I've seen other people do that maybe before. What is this? Oh yeah, create a poll. Look at this. Okay. Should I leave you outside when I poop? All right, let's take a poll and find out. We will find out, KE. This is the first poll I've ever made in the chat. So I'm very interested to see uh, what if KE is right. We're gonna take a vote right now. We're gonna see. Every little thing she does is magic. Everything she do just turn me on. Even though my life before was tragic, now I know my love for her goes on. Whoa, 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 whoa. I resolve to call her up 1,000 times a day. Ask her if she'll marry me in some old-fashioned way. But I'm dan 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 dan, but it dan 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 dan, but it dan 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 dan, but it dan. Can I vote? I guess not. How many votes? 6 votes. No, you're not the only one. There's 2 no's because it's 66-33, 67-33. So there are 2 no votes. I will admit that currently the yes votes are winning by a 2-to-1 ratio, but you know the voting period is not over yet. Okay, I'm not going to end the poll until no's winning. You're not voting on it? I just mean outside the bathroom. I don't mean outside like in the outdoors necessarily. I'm talking about when I poop. Should I poop on stream or should I leave you? Should I take you with me into the bathroom when I poop, or should I leave you out here to amuse yourselves? This does not require a super majority, that boy Klaus. Okay, simple majority will win the vote. The problem with this approach, this poll, is that I choose when to end the vote. So I can't just wait for no to get above yes and then end the vote right then. Which really is not a fair vote. We could state a time right now. At this time, we shall end the poll. I'm gonna say 10:45, okay? So it's currently 10:36. At 10:45, I will end the poll, and whatever the votes are then, that will win this particular poll. I may have to ask this question again when I actually do have to poop because I don't get to vote on it. It doesn't let me vote. So I haven't voted and can't. My husband quickly exits when I tell him I'm pooping. I don't want to watch Rachel poop either, but Rachel often watches me poop for some reason. I don't know why. She's like the cat, kind of. You reach a majority of voters in proportion to the number of viewers. Oh, why can't people abstain? I mean, is there some like rule against abstaining? I assume everybody's voted. Those who haven't voted yes or no have abstained. Abstained. It was solid. Good job. Take us with you. I want to smell it, says Zuri Buchanan. Well, thanks for your encouragement, Zuri. I appreciate it because I've long believed that by including you in my poops, we share a certain intimacy that a lot of people don't share with me. You know, the only real life person who shares my poops with me is Rachel. And that's not by request of me. It's just something she likes to do. I don't know why. But, you know, live streamers, they probably witnessed more poops than Rachel has, even. And that's pretty impressive because Rachel's often not awake when I'm pooping. I'm actually a little disturbed by the fact that Rachel avoided coming in the master bedroom all night last night because I was mad at the cats for bothering me because they kept meowing to go in and out of the room. She was afraid she was going to bother me. Well, she shouldn't feel that way because she's my beloved Rachel. So I want to express that to her that he doesn't have to worry about well, see, yes, Joseph also probably drinks coffee. This doesn't mean I'm going to quit drinking coffee. Carlos Paiva points out that it's the most personal and intimate stream on YouTube. Not pooping together doesn't respect the spirit of the environment. I agree. Well, I do leave the bathroom door open when we don't have guests. And then you're usually looking down the hallway, right? But for the last few days, when we've had guests, I I have been pooping with you in the bathroom, just looking at the door, the closed door. So the thing is, I could put you further away down the hall normally if we don't have guests, but then I just have to speak louder so you can hear me. If he breathes, you might need to think about stopping that as well. Yeah, exactly. Acacia commits to the whole adventure, she says. Tack a sheet over the door of the bedroom and leave the bathroom door open. I could if I pooped in the bedroom bathroom, I could close the bedroom door and leave the bathroom door open, no problem. But I normally poop in the better toilet, which is the half bath. The half bath has a kick-ass toilet in it. It is the kind of toilet that you can really write home to mom about and say, wow, what a wonderful toilet. This is hurting the reach of your channel. Time to stop and call it inconclusive. I said I'd stop it at 10:45. That's fair. I said what time I'd stop it. It's 4 more minutes. I don't blame you for being bothered by the noise, KE. That's understandable. I seriously doubt my pooping is hurting the reach of my channel. I don't think that's what it is. I think it's me having a low ceiling in terms of people who are interested in engaging with me on a regular basis. Partially because I don't have very conscious FI. I'm not attending to other people's feelings very much. And as a consequence, my FE is kind of ham-fisted, you know. It kind of runs around my backhand all the time. In other words, I'm trying to be respected for being correct, and that's my one FE strategy. Maybe also be liked for being funny. There's my two FE strategies or something. It's not the most nuanced approach to FE, you know. Since you started the vote, the number of viewers increased. Well, maybe people came in just to vote on that question, you know, like they said, I don't know anything about this guy or the stream, but I do know that I have an opinion on whether he should poop on stream. The thing is, yeah, well, that'll happen, you know. Mic up the sound. Well, KE, that's why we should be careful about attributing causal relationships to events like putting a poll up and or whether or not I poop on stream as to how much it impacts viewership. I've noticed that I had this basically I get new subs if I'm going to get them by publishing a lot of shorts. When I'm just live streaming, I get no new subs at all. Like ever since I've in this big gap of time where I haven't made any shorts, I have had zero increase in subs, just completely zero. It's been stuck at 8220. So the bottom line is, if I cared about getting more subs, I would spend all the time that I spend live streaming making shorts. But instead, obviously, what I care about is doing the parts of things that I enjoy most as I feel like I'm enjoying them. I should make regular videos. I agree with you. I don't disagree with you. I have kind of a complicated relationship at this point with YouTubing outcome oriented. I mean, not that I haven't always had a complicated relationship with that, but now I kind of feel more like, okay, I may be able to get more subs with shorts, but what good is that going to do me if I really don't feel like making a lot of shorts all the time? I'm just sort of bait and switching people for no good purpose. If I make a bunch of regular videos that increase my channel viewership, the question is, well, what kind of regular videos? A lot of people would say, well, make type police videos. Those are great. We love those. That's kind of a production hassle, but yeah, it'll get good views. It'll probably also garner, if I do things right, garner a lot more typing business. That's not a bad thing to have happen. I wouldn't hate that, but um, well, the thing is, if Tiffany lost her arm in the snow actually last year, Acacia. It broke off when she was playing in the snow. She went outside and was like, "Oh, it's bright, all this fall all over the oh, I just man, it's really cold out here." Oh yeah, look what Acacia did. Look at this little wonderful scene that she made. Quite lovely, really. I kind of want to make a short with these two. You know, Ruby or whatever her name is. I have an umbrella. Oh yeah? Oh, I have an umbrella that sits on my head. Also, that's my umbrella. My umbrella attached to my head. Your umbrella has to hold on your dumb head. Tiffany doesn't like it when others try to steal the spotlight from her by like having an umbrella or something. You better believe I don't like it. Who is this dumb lady anyway? Is that Zoomer humor? Um, I'd call it Eric humor more than anything else. You know? Eric humor's a mixed bag. Some of it more of an acquired taste than others. Not everybody loves Tiffany. In other words, some people are wrong. Because if you're right, you love Tiffany. I don't. Tiffany is not anything of my creation or whatever. She's an entity that existed in the universe that took over that doll's body, and it's kind of like trouble. It sort of forced her way into my life. It's past 10:45. So the votes are in. And the winning yes won. People voted yes on Proposition that. But I've got some good news for everybody. It's not a binding resolution. I never said I'd obey it. Well, what you're saying here about Tiffany, this whole Tiffany thing, reminds me to check on Poshmark. Come on, lady. Would you talk to me, please? So, look at this. Look at this, you guys. I think you guys are going to be amazed when you see it. It's described incorrectly as a Barbie. It's definitely not a Barbie. But I tried to buy it. I tried to buy it, but the lady hasn't gotten back to me yet. First, I tried buy now. It said, oh, you can't buy this now. It's been up for too long, so it no longer has buy now as an available thing. So it says you can make an offer. So I made an offer. It's priced at $20. I made an offer of $18 because it's like what it suggested. And it's Tiffany. It's a new Tiffany. It's not all damaged and broken and covered in soot. So, if I had a new Tiffany, I could just express the story as, well, I finally got around to going to a doctor. And they gave me a new arm. you know. Um, I can't believe you left me so filthy for such a long time. Been showing my 23-year-old nephew from Bermuda your live stream. He thinks you look like a conspiracy theorist. Well, I may indeed look like one. I'm not sure what a conspiracy theorist looks like. I'm pretty sure that you don't determine whether someone's a conspiracy theorist by how they look, but what do I know? I know. Kay firing shots at Tiffany. That's crazy, lady. Rachel might want to see, doesn't mean she wants to share the privilege. Well, okay. I've never heard Rachel object in any way, shape, or form to my allowing people into the bathroom to poop with me because, after all, it's not like they get to look at my naked body. Milk oladas. Haha, yeah, they are not quite winter looks, but was working with materials available. What are you talking about? Okay, well, thanks, KE. I mean, I have a challenge with Typology too. Obviously, it provokes extremely large responses from people who don't agree with me, as I've encountered before. It's a tricky business um, because people have a lot of shit tied in with this identity, especially if they're talking about typology and stuff. And, make a lot of no, just kidding. Just for your and Rachel's vote, and we got a tie. I don't feel like I should vote on the matter. And we shouldn't assume that Rachel would vote yes. I agree. We shouldn't assume that. She might very well vote no. But I would point out that while I poop, she gets to look at my junk if she wants to, whereas you don't. So there's a difference. I don't necessarily agree with my position on it. It's just what I do. MBTI is a conspiracy, so he's not wrong. KE, you certainly are fighty today, aren't you? Um, I would point out, KE, that it, there's no conspiracy. Like, I'm not conspiring with anybody regarding typology. In fact, people are explicitly not conspiring with me. I don't doubt you are in a good mood. I didn't say you weren't in a good mood. Oh, Winston's mom says something like that. It's true. Winston's mom speaks the truth, Conman. You do have a standing offer if you want to be typed for free. No obligation to publish, but you can publish if you want to. Same, that's always the case for every typing I do, regardless of whether people pay for it or not. Is there was a time in the past where I sometimes said, "Well, I'll do it if you publish," but I no longer ever make that stipulation. I always say either you have an offer for free typing, and I think it was Fly Guy who solidified my thinking on this. Um, an offer for free typing, which means it's totally free. There's no expectations, or you pay for it, in which case you still have total control over whether you want to publish or not. So, um, I feel like I've somewhat spewed my extroverted intuition load. I'm not sure how much more streaming I've got in front of me at the moment. I do have a typing session later today at 5:30 that I have to do. So I uh, I want to make sure that, for example, I eat a good lunch. If I start feeling tired, that I lie down for a bit and then get up before I do that typing. So I did a good job with it. You know, snowman type. Isn't it cool, Acacia? It snowed. I'm so happy that it snowed while you guys were here. I love walking outside and seeing the snow and stuff, just because I'm not from a snow area. Other people may feel less snowy than me. Conman's not on YouTube. Yeah, we were out there at night playing last night playing snow. Cool. I'm glad you guys did that. That's great. I was very sad to hear that Rachel avoided going to sleep with me because she was afraid that she was going to bother me. I was kind of hopeful she would come in at some point. Although once I fell asleep, it didn't matter anymore. That's the problem with displaying anger. Even if it's not directed at her, she's going to be like, okay, well, he's clearly angry about things bothering him as he's trying to go to sleep. I was very mad at the cats last night because they kept playing meow to get in, meow to get out. Now, normally, I just leave that door open. But if people are talking in the other room, then I need to close it so that I don't hear language while I'm trying to go to sleep. If I hear language when I'm trying to go to sleep, I can't help but pay attention to it. I think I accidentally roped her in the snow and drying her. That's fine. I don't care. I mean, I don't mind her not coming to sleep with me. It just bothers me for why she didn't come to sleep with me. Eric can't go out in snow because he exclusively wears flip flops. I was out in the snow a little bit this morning. Uh, My cat doesn't play the in and out game. He does play the 5 a.m. breakfast game. Well, my cats normally don't either because normally I don't have the door closed. But uh, like if I one time I remember I was falling asleep to a anime in which the language being spoken was Japanese, and I kept waking up because as I was falling asleep, it would bother me in some way that I couldn't understand what they were saying. It was a very strange phenomenon. I can't I fall asleep, which is normal because I'm not listening to language. I can listen to certain kinds of noises and fall asleep. But then once I'm not fully awake, I start to expect the language I'm hearing to make sense and it would wake me back up. Acacia, if you were given a pair of spaghetti shoes, would you want the laces to be al dente or with marinara sauce shoelaces? The latter. I mean, those things aren't exclusive. You could have al dente with marinara. You could perm, do both. But if I could force him to wear closed shoes, I would. Hmm. Does he wear socks with the flip flops? And if he did, would you feel differently? If he doesn't, then if he did, would you feel differently? If he does, then if he didn't, would you feel differently? Um. So anyway, I was trying to go to sleep, and the cats were making me play Kitty Doorman. Both of them were playing this game with me, but then just trouble. Um, I'm not really ready to go to bed because now Capillo's left, so now I think I should be up too. And now I go outside, but then I realize I don't want to be out there with them. I want to come back in. Okay, now I'm gonna meow at the door for you to let me out. Now I'm gonna scratch the door for you to let me in. Okay, fuck you! And I went over there. I was so mad. I kicked the door to give him a loud noise to scare him away. And then Rachel came to see what the noise was, of course. And I said, I just really mad at these cats, fucking cats. I'm not letting him in. Don't not let the cat in here because he needs to learn a fucking lesson. You know, anger makes one make poor decisions sometimes that one really doesn't want to be making. Like, I know on some level that I'm doing this. Eric, you're taking out your frustration on the cats needlessly. The cat's not going to learn a lesson here. You either need to leave the door open and put in like earplugs or something, or find an alternate solution. But I was being pouty or something. So, anyway, I'm kind of upset at myself for that. Eric, you know better. This is not accomplishing anything. You're just taking out your frustration on a cat who cannot possibly understand what's going on here, as you understand it, right? Who's totally unaccustomed to the door being closed. He wears them with pants, which makes them even more offensive. How does that make them more offensive? Wouldn't you be more offended if you wore them with cutoff jeans? What about a pencil skirt? I don't think shoes, there's any reason for shoes to be a requirement in a corporate setting that links to safety. I think there are reasons that link to appearances, but not to safety. Okay. Well, what if he wore a tuxedo to work with shiny black shoes? Would you then think he was dressed too fancy? So I think during one of the times I opened the door to let the cat in or something. Now you don't need to wear a cone on your head for the typing session. I'm perfectly fine with you unconed. I don't believe you need delineators around you. You're not the equivalent of a hole in the road. I might, but that's better than having to look at his toes. So you think socks would be better? You'd prefer it if he wore socks with his flip flops? Then you wouldn't have to look at his toes. But you might think that just makes it even more disjointed because socks and flip flops don't go together. But you're saying, yes, you would prefer if he wore socks with his flip flops. Maybe you should tell him that then. Can you wear socks with your flip flops so I don't have to look at your toes all the time? It's a perfectly reasonable thing to say. If you just say, I don't like that you're wearing flip flops for no reason at all, then you're going to have a hard time selling that one. But if your reason is, I don't want to look at your toes, that seems fair. It's the same sort of reason as why you should wear things below the waist, right? Underwear, pants, or whatever. Um, can you please put on at least bun huggers so I don't have to look at your junk? It's a fair request, you know. Well, then they might say, well, can you put on a veil so I don't have to look at your face? That might be what I would say. Um, I guess the reason is because it's consistent with the general standard that says, at least in a work environment, I don't know. You're right, Kay. You're right. You win this argument. I can't defeat your points. You could make an objection that's reasonable if his feet smelled, maybe, right? It's reasonable to expect your coworkers not to stink. What's not very fun? What's not very fun? I want to know what's fun for you and me. What's not very fun, Hero Lamb? Can you answer soon so I see the answer to the question I asked you right now? What's not very fun? What's not very fun? What's more like Karen and not fun? Karen should be a Pokemon, I think. A Pokemon who shrieks about infractions of the rules. What do you think? Munchlax evolves into Snorlax. Snorlax has no evolution as of current. I think Debbie evolves into Karen. Debbie is Karen light, you know. Folds her arm, expresses herself with big frowns and stares, but doesn't really say a whole lot. Snorlax evolves into Acacia. Good one, Acacia. That's a wonder point for you. Oh, it's Wednesday. 2 wonder points. I think Debbie folds her arms and gives a stern look, but doesn't necessarily insist that. And some of the time, the clerk reads that appropriately and adjusts as Debbie wants. Debbie evolves into Karen probably after that's failed a certain number of times. She reaches a threshold of efficacy, which causes her to evolve into Karen. And all of a sudden, she ceases just using body language and facial expressions and begins yelling at people. You're spelling it correctly. Acacia's spelling it wrong in her new spelling of it. She wants her name to be understood as Acacia, but that's not what it is. It's acacia, like the tree. Eric said what I was about to. Good for me. I'm not sure what that is, but whatever. Because I always forget it. Oh, baby, you make me meow meow every day. That's a famous song you may know or you may not know. So tomorrow, big day tomorrow, and this is a segue to the closing activity for this live stream. Tomorrow, I have a firm plan. I don't see why this won't happen. I see there be very little possibility it's not happening. Of going to the open mic here in Mariposa County. So, by the way, Cone Man, if you're still here and you want to take advantage of that free typing, just shoot me an email telling me what day and time you want, California time. And if I'm available, I'll book it. If not, I'll suggest an alternate time or ask you for an alternate time. Maybe give me 2 day and time choices. And usually, I don't usually have anything scheduled. So anyway, tomorrow though I do. Tomorrow evening I have a firm plan of going to the open mic. Believe it will happen, like for sure. But I'm not 100% sure what I'm gonna play. I'm not sure how many songs they let each person play. Sometimes they'll have like a time limit. You get like, oops, sorry, I forgot that Rachel was asleep in here. She's asleep and listening to this live stream. Whereas she avoided coming in to avoid bothering me when I was sleeping in there. I just totally forgot about it and barged right in, talking, whatever. Whoops. So I'm going to play this open mic tomorrow night. And I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to play. I'm not sure how many songs they let you play. Probably I'll be able to play 2 songs. Is a common thing. Sometimes 10 minutes, which would be like 3 songs for me. Remember the song You Remind Me of a Kiss from a Rose, meow meow meow. Stranger it feels like, it feels ye. I don't know, I'm not familiar with that one. Does Chauncey resonate with me? As a name? Not particularly. I'm definitely not gonna play that. I don't know why I'm messing with that. So I think if you get 10 minutes, then I'd play 3 songs, or if they let you do 3 short songs, then I'd play 3. If I were to play 3, my inclination at the moment would be to play a cover among the 3, namely White Boy. It's a cover that plays really well for me. People generally like it a lot, etc. So I'm thinking though, as far as the 2 songs I play, of my own. Potentially, I could do as many as possibly 3 of my own and no covers. But it depends, again, depends on how they have it set up. But I need to be prepared to play as few as 1 and as many as 3. If I can only play 1 song, I'm a little torn. I'm guessing Rachel is not going to uh, perform with me tomorrow. She sounds like she would like to ease into it a little bit more, which is fine. I can go by myself just fine, obviously. Uh, so on one hand, I think maybe I'd be well served to play Cloudy Day, because in terms of songwriting, it seems to have the most pop. But it's also not a particularly up-tempo song. And accordingly, something more up-tempo like Gerald might be a better choice. I've been hitting Gerald pretty good lately. I'm not sure if it's a good enough song, maybe, in terms of just pure. I think it's actually a pretty well-written song. Well, I don't want to play a cover at all unless I have 3 songs to play. And if I do play a cover, I'll definitely play White Boy because it's a cover. Also, I want to play things I have memorized. I don't want to have to practice something going in and make sure, not sure if I have it memorized. I want to play something that I already have memorized. And that limits my set of choices to a certain number of songs, right? There are some that are like Destruction of the Whole Damn World, I have pretty memorized, but 100,000 million years ago, I like a lot, but I don't have it memorized, and it's got a complicated chord progression. I'm not in Los Angeles at the moment, so that's not gonna work, you know. Like, I have that song pretty memorized, but I don't think I have it down well enough to play live unless I were to practice it some more. Beauty shares now her limits. Hoping Julie will too. Jerry shares 4. Jerry shares 4. Jerry shares 4 minutes. Like they do. See, I have that song memorized, but I don't have it practiced, right? It's a pretty good song. If I were to practice it up a bunch today, maybe tomorrow, I could play that live and probably I've done well playing that live before. I've gotten the kind of response I'm looking for playing that live before, which is basically like, oh, what is this? Like, oh wow, this is good or something. You know, that's what I hope to get. But maybe I should avoid that one because it's a little bit too unpracticed. I think I'll run through Gerald, see how that goes, because I'm leaning towards including that one. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarines, tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas. When the fire's gonna call that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to get back to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. And now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing factless to listless, so how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he had dropped time in the underview. Too much to rebut, so where now and what? Too much time spent nitpicking the skew with you. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire that firm to change that name. Gerald has a thought. The Weatherman song and Sheriff's Shame, I don't feel like I have adequately memorized to choose from those two, although I like those choices. So if I have to open up a tab to play it, I have to nix that one. So it limits my choices to really not very many songs. I could play Satchel of Helpful Goods. That's definitely a possible thing that I might do. I might go Satchel of Helpful Goods and Cloudy Day, for example. But those are two kind of down-tempo songs. It's not the end of the world because I think they're both good songwriting songs. And if I execute them well, then maybe that's a good choice. Thanks, Elaine and Elaine's mom. I'm sorry, Elaine and Elaine's mom. Elaine, I'm glad that you have a close friend named Elaine and that you're hanging out with Elaine and her mom. The three of you, I'm very pleased to hear, enjoyed that. No, it's a Mariposa audience. So in that regard, I think like country-ish stuff is going to play well if I do it, right? It sort of leans that way musically around here. Country-ish, bluegrassy kind of, yeah. Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. There are dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard. Of course I fuck it up. It's like I'm imagining, in this instance, I'm thinking too much ahead. I'm trying to think a lot about what's going to happen tomorrow. It's interfering with my ability to play things. So I'm going to play it again. This time I'll do a better job of it. Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. There are times, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road comes to an end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I look for my sack full of sovereignty and that satchel. Now nothing but bones. Now that satchel filled up with home. Satchel of helpful goods. 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 That was pretty good. Not perfect, pretty good. But if I am going to play that, I need to practice it a few more times before tomorrow. Let me try Cloudy Day, which I guess I'll just put at the top. If I have one song to play, I guess I'll play this one. At least I've played it a lot. I'm very familiar with it. I've gotten plenty of feedback saying, oh, that's a good song. So it makes good sense to play it. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night. And mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to sap your will to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here, just be soon forgotten noise is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. something to say. Well, that was good. I didn't sing. My voice isn't great right now. Um, that's something that I have some but limited control over. I'll try to get a good night's sleep tonight, etc. I could also play Matter of Mood, another down tempo song that I have well memorized and is fairly easy uh, to play and sing. Pretty good song, but I think not quite at the level of some of the other stuff. But it's a possible choice. When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you. And you'll want to know the way to get back out to wherever it was you thought you knew. And tomorrow will be just like today. I'll be lost then too. It's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the things I do and the direction I point to still seem a part of me, though departedly. And I wonder if I'll ever see them again. Bum ba dee da 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 ba dee ba da doo. Ra ba dee da 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 ba dee da da da. That's how that goes. Take out a can of snuff mid-song. Hillbilly though. Oh yeah, I'll record it for sure. If I do have 3 songs though, I do plan to include this one as one of them because I think it's a rollicking good time, and despite the fact that it's racist, you can hang a lantern on it. Say, this is a Merle Haggard song, okay? I didn't write this song. Some people might consider it a bit racist, but it's a great song regardless of its politics. So here we go. You might call me a rambling man, cause I do a lot of thumbing and kicking games, and it won't do an answer good to call me names. My daddy was on Bailey Woodrow. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, cause I ain't got much to lose but lost the game. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they give it. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you got a home pain, get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Now, it's not karaoke, it's open mic. Anyway, as I was saying, blue-eyed Billy been around a little, and I like guitar and I like the fiddle, cause that's the kind of soul that defend my flame. Blue-eyed Billy feared and ready, I got to work just to be somebody, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they give, and I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you got to hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Yeah, I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they give it. I'm proud and whining, got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you got to hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Something like that. I mean, yeah, that song's gonna play for sure. I'm not saying Merle Haggard was racist. Some people might think this song's a little bit racist. I don't want no handout, yes, D, E flat, okay. I don't no handout living, don't want any part of anything they get. I'm proud and writing, got a song to sing. I was playing it a whole step down, or a half step down from there. That was the problem. He says, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you got to hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Yeah, he says hump and get it, but I think he means like carry something heavy hump, not like poke somebody with your penis hump. R.I.P. Merle Haggard is dead. I didn't know that. Sorry to hear that. I could also potentially play. I mean, other songs that I have memorized enough to play. I could play. El Nino, my ass. You call those storms. Where is the rain? Those drizzles don't count, I drizzle more. When I pee in the sink, which is just the right height to catch all of the undesired splatter. And when I'm done, I'll go outside and climb a ladder. I will go up there and take me a bucket and pour water inside. And I'll say, hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Hey, Mr. Cloud, won't you drop it from the bottom? Hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom on me. I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming that if it's in keeping with most open mics, the maximum possible amount of time they could afford you is 10 minutes per person. So if it's that many minutes, in theory, I could even squeeze in 4 short songs, but I wouldn't even try to do that. I'd just play 3 songs and call it a set. If it's not timed, but instead number of songs or something, then I might be able to play 2 songs, or I might just be able to play 1, depending on how many people there are and how they do it, So the thing that I'm more concerned about than knowing exactly how many songs I'm going to play is, like, I'd actually probably prefer to have this guitar unplugged in but mic'd than having it plugged into my amp, or unmiked because it's not loud enough to be an acoustic guitar. I'm very accustomed to playing this guitar now. Yeah, it's always that short. There is one version of it somewhere where there's a second verse. When I originally made it, but I scratched that verse entirely and just said it doesn't need to be any longer than this. Yeah, it's at the Hideout. No, yeah, that was called the Hideout Saloon. Yeah, the Hideout Saloon. If they wanted, they're certainly invited. I don't know if they're planning to come or not. I don't need to know that in advance, Mrs. Mom. I'm fine with finding out what happens when I get there. I believe it starts at 6. I'll confirm that, but maybe I'll Google it. You know, Hideout Saloon open mic. Just make sure I got the time right. If it starts at 6, then my goal would be probably to get there like 5:45 in case I get on whatever list there is. I'd probably like you don't want to get there too early. You don't want to be first on the list because you probably don't want to go first. I don't want to go first. Although if that's how it were to play out, I wouldn't object. But I'd rather go later. And I also, although this is probably self-aggrandizing in some sense, I feel it's kind of unfair to other people if I go first. They're not going to be judged against a blank slate or fair competition initially. So better if I go later. But who knows what it's like there. We'll find out when we go. It's one of those things that for me, SI fourth, not being a knowing type in any regard, I don't need to know in advance. I know all I need to know. I'll find out what it's like when I go there and experience it. We'll find out if it's good, bad, or something in between. I wonder if I have this song memorized or how much of it I memorized. I don't, but. Oh, this is the first you're hearing about it? Oh, I didn't know. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show place the slides below. There's no way I'm going to have that middle part of this memorized. I mean, I'm not going to play this there, but I'm going to play it now because I like to play it. But the reason I don't have it memorized is because the chord progression is so complicated on it. When you sing it, it doesn't sound like it's got a particularly complicated chord progression. And it's not until like the hook part of the song, at which point things get complicated. I'm gonna learn from last time my TE realization last time. I think this is an important lesson for me to learn. Eric, when you're playing something on the TV screen, it may seem obvious to those of you with better TE, right? Put the camera here, like this, between you and what you're reading. Good idea, huh? "'Twas 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Place the slabs below and let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Holy slabs come into view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. But when the slope up is in charge today, options at large show other ways, chance now. Once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. To turn around, perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a bitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. 1,000 million years ago, time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Holy slabs come into view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. And when the slope appears in charge today, options at large show. Other ways, take a chance now. Once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. To turn around, perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. Well, I didn't play it great, but I like to play it. I think it's a great song. The hook part of it is one of my favorite things I've ever written. This part here, I could just sing it all day long. I love it so much. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. That's just, it gives me goosebumps. I love that part of that song so much. I seriously think it's like the best song part that I've ever written. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. It's a compositional triumph, I tell you. An absolute compositional triumph. It's like I am more gratified by this kind of compositional triumph than anything else I do in life, because I understand how rare it is for me to come up with a part of a song that I can sing many times, and coming to it fresh on a given day, it can still give me goosebumps. That's just the pinnacle of popsicles, also known as the panopsicle. No, I don't have any cigarettes in here. Okay, I'm weaning, beaning and seening that I may need to get another pack of cigarettes from the car if I do in fact have one there, which I believe I do. However, it's also possible, schmossable and wassable, that I have one in my jacket. Though unlikely. Like even now, that melody is just ringing in my head, unbidden, irresistibly sing-songy. That's what I would call that by the song. Irresistibly sing-songy. Oh, look at this. There's all this white foam all over the place. I'm getting on my feet. And then I found some smokes inside my car now, folks. They were just sitting over there. They were right there, and I've gotten them out. I'll put one in my mouth, and I will smoke it south. Enemy fair, enemy rare. Yes, I will smoke it. I'll smoke it like it's hot. Smoke it like it's hot. It's waning. It's waning watts and wogs right now. Well, okay. It's not even waning watts. It's just regular waning. It's got a long way to go before it gets to cats and dogs. It needs to be first raining cats, then raining dogs, then it rains cats and dogs. Working its way up eventually to all mammals. It's raining all mammals right now. Is when it's really, really, really raining hard. Maybe the message of it's raining cats and dogs is basically the raindrops are as large as cats and dogs. In which case, that's quite a storm. Or very small cats and dogs. Either way, I want nothing to do with that kind of shenanigans. I've got some good news, though. I've got my glasses with me, so I will be able to read your chats momentarily. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about, Lou. That song you're talking about is also a song that I have parts of it that I like a lot, but I don't really like that production of it. It goes, to the undertown, to the under. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. It's funny, I have to listen to it again. Under. She's stuck with him. She can't stand other guys. I'll have to listen to it again. I can't quite remember it at the moment, but I know exactly what you're talking about. The fact that I can't quite remember it is indicative that it's not as good as this, and it's not as good as that thing I was playing there. It's not as good as my best song. I was kind of smitten with it for a bit, but distance from it has made me objectively analyze it better. You grit unattended show. Angelina, out with you. She can't stand other guys. Keep running till the race is on. Yeah, I kind of remember it. Mostly remember it. Angeline, or whatever it's called. That's got a pretty hooky hook to it that I mean, not being able to quite remember it is not necessarily indicative of it failing to hit. It's like, it's a hidden obviousness, probably, as well. And I don't want to be too down on that song because it has something to do with my failure to execute it well in producing it. And then there's the additional problem I have, which is it's hard for me to tell how my music would do really on YouTube because I Um, I don't remember what I was saying. I lost my train of thought. I got distracted by things being said here and this and didn't know what I was doing. Oh, it's snowing again. So it went from raining to snowing. Weirdly, 'cause it's not that cold out here. I don't think there's any way it's 32 degrees right now, but that's definitely snow, not rain. It's wet snow, but it's snow. Falling on me a white thing. So I guess it's colder up higher in the sky. And the snow's still snow before it gets to the ground. It hasn't melted yet, you know. So annoying how much a mess you are at times. I feel the same way about myself. I'm a little frustrated with my room right now, which has got random boxes and stuff. But, you know, I suspect after I smoke this cigarette shortly-ish, I will end up wrapping up this live stream and maybe eating a little lunch of some sort. I do have stuff I could actually cook if I felt like cooking. Like I could make hamburguesas by cooking frozen raw hamburger patties using a bun, 2 buns potentially, some cheese, ketchup, mustard. I could additionally make Italian sausage, which I can make sandwiches out of. Now, Akeisha doesn't eat meat, so she'd get no food. But I'm not so worried about what Akeisha is going to eat. I'm more worried about what I'm going to eat. I'm not sure I want to go to all that trouble of cooking regardless. If I don't, then I'm aiming at potentially a sweet and sour chicken, which is a 4 minutes in the microwave kind of deal. I could potentially be aiming at a lasagna, a chicken parm maybe, burritos. We have burritos. I'm not super hungry. I could additionally try to bypass the food preparation process entirely and just eat salami and cheese, which I often do, along with some kind of nutritious beverage like either guava nectar or apple juice or non-alcoholic beer. Some beverage that has some food quality to it, you know. That's a good lunch. It's your plowman's lunch, you might say. It makes me kind of wish I had gotten some pickles. Oh, look, the little birds are back and they're eating their cutlets. How adorable. Eating cutlets in the snow. That's what I titled this vignette. Eating cutlets in the snow. Eating cutlets in the snow. 'Cause you've flown now to and fro. And now you're sending cutlets in the snow. Eating cutlets in the snow. Little birds, you're eating cutlets in the snow. How adorable you are. You love your cutlets. You love them so much. Just sneak some meat in and call it tofu. Well, apparently, Acacia doesn't like the texture of meat, so maybe she doesn't like tofu too. I don't know if tofu really has a texture of meat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 little birds. Just make a pork chop, put it in a Tupperware container, write the word tofu on it. Acacia will never be any the wiser. Because, why? She's a word-oriented person. She believes words. And we should all celebrate her for that. Why are there so many songs about ashtrays and putting out cigarettes? Is it the sweet smoke that lures the sun, young sailors. Ah, that's the thing. Yes, I bet. Okay, I'm going inside now. So then, the next point of emphasis that I want to make before I wrap this up is I want to SI out my afternoon a bit, you know. I'm building the whole day around a couple of events. One of them being the typing session I have at 5:30. It's now noon, so I've only got 5.5 hours to until then. That's not a super long time. However, it's longer than a second. Where did I put the mouse? Over here. That's not a good place for it. Carrot was also vegetarian, but you fixed her. Good for you. Good job. Now her carrots are made out of meat. Like all good carrots should be. All right, so I've got 2 events planned for the day. Event number 1 is 5:30 p.m. I have a typing session. And the other one is at between now and then. Well, there's really 3 events. Between now and then, I'd like to make and eat some food. Although I already have had a donut. I feel kind of more thirsty than I do hungry currently. So those are 2 events I want to note. The bookends, okay? On the front end of this event chain, I've got lunch, or at least a beverage. On the far end of the event chain, I've got typing session at 5:30. Somewhere in between there, I currently have scheduled sex with Rachel. But, this is a big but. Rachel's already warned me a couple of days ago that she's approaching her monthly bash that she holds called Vaginal Blood Sploosh Splash Party. I do have a standing invitation to attend this party, but I've yet to exercise the rights conferred by that invitation. So we'll have to double check and make sure. I stole bricks from the dam almost every day. Now I'm drowning in the flood I'm in. Oh, who can identify with that to some extent, you know? I feel you, dog. I feel you with my FI and my SI. Maybe even my TE and my SE, I don't know. So we'll have to check on that. If she's holding a vaginal blood sploosh splash party, I don't intend to attend that party. But that doesn't mean that my need to ejaculate will go away, you know. So we'll have to see how interested she is in being involved in that process of resolving that complication if she is indeed on her vaginal blood sploosh splash party. She normally, I would say, exercises her jurisdictional scope regardless of whether or not her vaginal blood sploosh splash party going on, you know. It's a good way to put it. No, you're not invited this time, Acacia. You're not invited anytime. It's not splish splash, it's sploosh splash. Splish splash isn't as funny. I got a whole pack of cigarettes. Check your email. Yeah, I should check my email. Watch Trouble eat. It's a sploosh splash party. splish splash party is not that good or interesting. It's just okay, whatever. But imaginable and sploosh splash party. Rachel's not gonna have a shitty splish splash party. She's gonna hold a sploosh splash party. She's cool like that. I'm just as gullible as Acacia. All Rachel needs to do is put a sticky note on her belly that says, "No blood below." I just dive right in and assume that whatever, it must be food coloring, you know. It's not a splish splash party, everybody. Oh my God, it's a sploosh splash party with two O's. Not a splish sploosh splash party either. It's a sploosh splash party. Okay, good. You might as well say that that girl's sweet 16 is a quinceanera. No, it's not. I'm missing out on the party of the year. I mean, it can't be of the year because it happens every month. Seems unlikely to be the party of the year accordingly. Ooh. Well, it would seem like now is definitely Cardano. It's it's at 56 cents. I feel pretty confident it's gonna go back up. Okay, I just bought. I sold my Cardano at 61 cents or whatever. Basically broke even on. Well, it made some profit on most of it, and I guess I just made a very small profit on it, like maybe $10 on $500 or something. So now I bought it again at 56, 55 cents. So I expect it'll shoot back up to, 61 or 62 cents, probably today or tomorrow. I could pull a tarot card to see if Rachel's Blue Splash party starts today or tomorrow. Could even be the next day. And she's pretty unsure about when her period's coming. She'll tell me sometimes like a week ahead of time. Like, I think my period's coming up, just to give you a heads up. But she's probably cueing in on some initial cues of it without thinking about it in terms of actual time frame. Like a week away is a long way in my mind, but for her, it's just the end of a process of physical things that she's learned to note over the years, probably without the kind of SI front stack awareness that links it directly to time frame. You mean a splish splash themed sploosh splash party? How about a splish splash themed sploosh splash party? How about Splish Splash presents a sploosh splash party hosted by Spleesh and Splosh? No tampon pinata. A piping hot pinata needs to be filled with piping hot flan. Okay, that's what makes it an official piping hot pinata. Otherwise, you're just lying to yourself. Everyone needs to make their costume out of pads and tampons, unused pads and tampons. That's how we should have children do things in school, I think, too. The piping hot pinata will be in the shape of Reuben and Rachel's heads to celebrate their birthday. Because both of them have a birthday this month. It's Reuben and Rachel's birthday month, January. A diaphragm. Steve Martin has a funny joke. I know a woman, and she went to a singing coach. And he was so perverted, he told her to sing from her diaphragm. Something like that. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. Gee, wow. What a difficult time for me. Everybody out after me. Bang, bang, shoot, shoot. Is that how the rest of the rap goes? I'm not familiar with that one. I'm familiar with, say, fuck the police coming straight from the underground. You know, it's a good one for me. Splost Eric, splost Rachel. Splost, they tend to float on a soft summer's breeze and smell good. I saw a commercial recently for these combination underwear pads things that it promises that, you know, basically, you could just bleed buckets of blood into their sock and just wear it all day long. Which just sounds so gross. Why would you want a period solution that you change less often? Because you like marinating in your own gross blood? I don't think so. Ever-loving flan. I will beat the ever-loving flan out of you. It's something that people don't normally say, but maybe they should. Okay, I'm going to wrap it up. I got a couple of cartoons to watch. I've got a beverage to select and drink. I've got a poke to have. Do I have any tests for SE? No, I really don't have any test. The answers, there are strong enough correlations with SE to say anything about it. I can do some sort of self-reporting questions, but the answers to those things aren't very reliable. And also, what I've discovered is that, you know, a lot of SE users, especially second slot SE users, don't identify as being especially impactful following through on stuff or whatever. I've concluded that they're probably comparing against an ideal rather than other people, but I don't really know why it is the case that SE tool users don't tend to self-report as being particularly dewy. You know, I guess they're deliberators ultimately is why. Anyway, I'll see y'all on the flip-flop. Until then, don't forget to rock and or roll while concurrently eating plenty of cheese.